Sup, nerds? Sorry for the delay. Everything is chaos, as per usual for me lately. I wanted to quickly say hi, quickly go spit out my gum and take out the bags from my tea that is definitely oversteeped at this point. I was actually ready at 12:45, then we decided to merge something, and now I'm not ready, so yeah, I blame every other AI provider. Sorry I didn't go live yesterday. It was a rough day, but I'm back. I'm here. We're good. We're live. Sup, nerds? Thank you all. I didn't just start the Twitch stream. We're live on YouTube as well. Look at that. See? Right there, where I'm live on YouTube, you know? Thing you're saying I'm not doing. Ping Discord. Yes, I should do that. God, my Discord DMs are even worse than usual, and that is saying something. Live now, nerds. Publish. Cool. You can check my Twitter if you want to see the exact reason. This isn't how I do work on my laptop. This is just how I look at chat on my laptop. This is how I look at my laptop when I'm doing things. Everything's just full screen. Speaking of which, before I go finish getting ready, I wanted to brag quickly. This is a tweet from OpenAI. Great day to be a Plus user, advertising that GPT 4.5 has support for the $20 a month tier. Crazy, I know. 7.3K likes. These two messages cost $17. 8K likes. I did it. I ratioed OpenAI. Just had to put it out there. I did just realize there's one other thing I have to do. And I think it'd be fun to do it with you all. So let me do it now to minimize the likelihood we confuse the different groks. Cool. Here's what I want to do with y'all. I have to fill out the access request form. It's going to leak my email, of course. So I will scroll down first and foremost. Theo Brown. Oh. I love that they use the email field up top and then still make me use that. Company name. 33 chat. Part of Ping Labs. Purpose. Provide Grok 3 as one of the options in our AI chat app. Fun. I've already submitted that multiple places, multiple ways. Hopefully I can actually get in. Mobile T3 chat app will absolutely happen eventually. Adeline, no. I don't lose my voice that early. Reaching the next team. If you can make a compelling enough like screenshot, I would post it, or on like X, but tag them first so they like it doesn't go viral. It just gets seen by them. And you'd want to get a hold of Jimmy. Feed the Gym. Yeah. Hate getting him even more spam. But at Feed the Gym, hey man, I have some concerns with this. Down to chat, screenshot of what my concerns are roughly. Jimmy's like really good at all of that and the comm stuff in general. I'm not going to LA. No. Of course. Let me go through all the subs that I missed. Thank you all for showing up, by the way. Sorry I wasn't live yesterday. It was a chaotic night before, and yesterday was rough. We're good now, though. We got Voxel Prismatic here, 12 months. Thank you for a year of support. Max with the tier 2, the few, the proud. Always appreciate that. 5 months into that, 8 months total. FaZe hitting that 2-year mark. Goddamn. You've been carrying us for a lot longer than that, it feels like. We got Timo, 3 months straight, 9 months total. Thank you for the support. Addy in that 27 month. Oh, you're at an expo. Well, have fun, Addy. Thanks for stopping by. We got NMG here. Happy that you're here on a Thursday. Thank you for 6 months of support. Furtive Spy with the Prime for almost a year now. Bogo with the Prime as well. Everybody hitting their streaks. Appreciate all of you. Frost Jacked. 2-line change. It'll take 5 minutes. Yeah. I'll vent a little bit about that one. So Grok announced that they support the new actually I had that open one of these okay, not here. Grok has a weird reasoning mode flag that you can pass it in order to make the reasoning tokens work proper on these weirder models that don't do it right. We wanted to use that. The problem is that in their, that's the test file. As you guys know, those are never useful. The problem is that in their language file here, they have this argument creator, base args. And if you look closely, you'll notice something. There's no dump. There is no point in here where extra values that don't exist in this set of keys get dumped in, which means there's no point at which I can append additional data to the body that is sent to Grok. So this base args here does not let me append additional keys, which means you literally cannot append the right key if you're using the Grok language model provider with the AI SDK. Would allowing a dump not be dangerous? No, it's backend code. This runs on the server. This is code that we write to pass things. And I should be able to pass things that their API supports here. And here they do dump base args, but then only append like 1 or 2 additional things and never the things that I need. So yeah, it is literally impossible for me to do what I need to do here. So instead we had to do a hack with the parsing. Not happy with it. I will be getting this fixed either with a patch package or by forcing them to fix it by the end of the day. The flag, I'm going to check my DMs with Mark to find that quick. They added for Quen this reasoning format parsed flag that, as you see, is just in the root body that I can't append to. This is the problem. So I'm going to go add this to my thing here. This is the flag, by the way. See if he's up. It'd be very convenient. No tweets for 15 hours. Very unlikely. Rip me. Fingers crossed, but not looking likely. I will not be at Stripe sessions. Very much not my thing. Oh no, Leah. The good old Twitter suspensions. I haven't been suspended in a long ass time. I was not talking to you. Watch. We have some very big updates planned for T3 chat, all hopefully coming soon. I don't want to confirm a release date because I really don't want to pressure the team too bad, but we do definitely have some fun things coming. I'm really excited for the redesign. We'll do this eventually, Emily. I'm sorry. TS server hates you. Oh no. Thank you, Full Moon, for the pile of gift subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you for throwing the 5 bomb. Let me get through all the other subs that I missed while I was getting distracted. Yeah, the 2-line change just nerd sniped me to tell that whole story. We got Void21X in the 8-month mark with those primes. Thank you. Mizu with the prime as well. Luciferno hitting the 1 year. Thank you so much. Got Cranberry Wine here 4 months in. Frosted with the 16 months of tier 3. Fucking legend. I always mix up Frostjacked and Frosted Grandpa. Too similar and too often around the same time showing up. Slip second with the prime 3 months in. Real Flow 3 months. Thank you so much for the support. Ultracraft with the prime. Inferno with the prime. Leah hitting that 21 month. We got Ren here 9 months in. Amur 27 months. During my next SSR Explain live stream 2 years ago. Damn. Happy that was a helpful one. It's crazy to comprehend all of these things. Oh shit, Crutchcorn. I need to put what you've been working on in my list. Tan stack form is here. We got Doc Devs with the 24 months, tier 3 for 3 months. Thank you so much for the support. 2 years in now. Fucking legend. And again, Full Moon with that gift bomb. Thank you guys all again. I didn't miss any contributions on YouTube, right? Cool. Just making sure. What was yours? I might have been planning to. I explained why I was late. We got Chesk with the 5 bomb as well. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, the new Grok logo. It's interesting how many times they've changed the branding and the logo for Grok. I don't know if there's like a designer that's scared of being fired. So one of their bullet points every week is new logo, new brand over and over just to make sure that it all goes. Thank you, Lois. We should get started because we got a lot to talk about here. Sharing your misery. Oh no, I'm scared. Report file response, filter. It's declared. This screams file unsaved to me. Yeah, whenever I have things like this, it's because the file's not saved or it's compiling something different. And it's not showing in the error that other line. Yeah, that's what I usually expect when I see stuff like that. I heard that there was a new OCR. What's frustrating to me, there's a lot that's slightly frustrating to me with Mistral. Like, I was an early supporter because they were one of the first like open alternatives. They've become increasingly less open, and the version that they let us have access to is a gimped version of what they have access to internally. It's something I will give OpenAI credit for, and I don't do this very often, is that minus the reasoning stuff being locked behind their wall where we can't see it, everything else is up on the API the same moment it's up on their webpage. There is pretty much nothing you can do through their site that you can't do through the API. There are some hacks they do on the website that the API doesn't provide. Like they say O3 Mini can take images on the site, but it can't actually take them. It's just, I'm almost certain using 4.0 to do the image part and then passing the results over to O3. But for the most part, something comes out, like OpenAI shows something off. I can go clone that in T3 chat and it works. That is not the case at fucking all for Mistral. They go brag about how fast the new model is and how fast the new app is. It's only that fast on a certain provider that isn't them. It's not La Platform. They're not using La Platform for their mobile app. They're using a separate private partnership with Cerebras, and they don't let you have access to it externally. Because of that, it is engineered to be impossible for me to provide their model at their performance, even if I pay them. Which, like you gotta pick which side you're on, especially if you're claiming to be the open alternative. It's shitty. So I'm frustrated with them, especially because like they came at me and were being super rude because I, as a customer, felt burned that I couldn't use the thing that they had built and then claimed it was open, because it made me look bad to my customers, because everyone comes to me like, why don't you have Mistral? Because if I did, it would perform worse than it does there. And then you'll say, why is it so slow? Because they won't let me fix it. It's just frustrating that I can't beat the bar they have set with tools they claim are open. And that makes me look bad to my customers. But when I, as their customer, go to complain to them, they bitch me out a bunch saying that I'm ungrateful and I'm terrible and I'm lying and ruining their brand for daring to say that to me, OpenAI feels more open than Mistral right now. So yeah, I am frustrated with these guys. I'm not giving them any fucking free press. They got to earn my trust back. I've been keeping an eye on the Space-Time guys for a minute. Very interesting. My hot take is that like multiplayer is not as big of a deal as everyone likes to pretend it is. And concerned about everybody building for that. Thank you, Julian, for the 26 months, as well as Carsavs for the Prime. We should get going in a sec. I need to go hit record on the camera. Oh, good thing you're here. I will need your help when we're covering the React Native alternative. Offset. It is not at the hour mark. Cool. We'll do 35, 50. End up being 55. That's fine. Cool. Good question from YouTube. Thank you, Hype Levels. Hey, Theo. Hope you're having a good day. A little off-topic question, since I seem to be using Zen more. So web dev, how do I deal with the shit gradients in Firefox? I don't. When I'm building sites, I try to just turn off gradients for the Firefox stuff because they're that bad. It's actually fucking hilarious. Thankfully, the 14-year-old issue over on the Firefox like bug tracker is finally getting traction because I did a video where I blasted them for it, and they're finally no longer pretending it's not a real problem. So hopefully, fingers crossed, there will be a Firefox update in the near future that fixes that. But first, they have to collect a bunch more of our data. So we'll see how all that goes. What if they were trying to collect that additional data because they wanted to prove that gradients don't matter. So that's my fault. Match. Ooh. The string number Boolean null, it comes back immediately. It's an object. Okay. To JSON. Return O. This probably don't get. Oh, I guess they're setting each value to be the JSON stringified like sub key. So the 5n becomes string 5n. Yeah. That's kind of crazy. This is wild. Archetype is one of those things I've been needing to do a much deeper dive on for a while. Compiles to O1 switch. Yep. Got an error on working code. What the fuck? Overload matches. Chunks push data. Data instance of buffer. And push otherwise. Huh. Buffer dot from. Does it know that's a string there? String or buffer. Not assignable. Ew. Yeah, the instance of change might have changed how that infers, because it's possible that data's changed by the time it calls that case. It realistically won't have, but it is theoretically possible. Apparently, the latest TypeScript is screwed with buffers. Good to know. To be clear, when I'm actually working, my sidebar's almost always closed. I just keep it open when I'm streaming because my face now has enough space. I can resize it slightly too. So it, yeah, perfect. See, that's not that bad. That open. Huge fans. Referenced it for comparison. Yeah, very exciting stuff. Good work, guys. Yeah, I am not the biggest fan of Brave. Feels clunky, has a bunch of weird Web3 stuff, and it doesn't have the customization I need. Vivaldi is what I've been using as my I need Chrome right now option. And Zen is I want something that doesn't look or feel awful. Vivaldi with some customization can get pretty good. Still not quite where I want it to be, but it's a lot better than alternatives. I have no idea who's going to win the AI like IDE thing. I feel like we're trying to bet on like which framework's going to win in the like Ember.js knockout era. It's just impossible to know at that point. Okay, what is this? Oh yeah, I saw the Fireship TikTok React Native video. We'll be talking about that. Don't worry. I will absolutely not be building an IDE. Let's start talking about the TikTok killer by React Native. Okay, I think I have what I need here to do this. Let's just dive right in. Fuck it. TikTok held by React Native. Oops. Whatever. It wasn't me filming, so it's fine. Let's just do it. Cool. Anyways. I go on vacation for 2 days and TikTok puts out a React Native killer. Are you kidding? Lynx actually does look really cool though, and it's not just a React Native alternative. There's a lot more going on here, from their new build tool to their runtime to the ecosystem they're starting to form around it. This is kind of an artifact coming out of the RS build world, but it goes much deeper, and it is genuinely really cool what ByteDance has put out here. And I can't wait to explore it all in detail with y'all, because I haven't got to play with it just yet, so stay tuned if you want to see me figuring this all out with you from the bottom up. Before we dive in, though, I'm not on TikTok, so I have to get my Before we can dive in, since I'm not a TikToker, I have some bills to pay, and I want a good transition for this. I'm not on TikTok, so I'm not being paid by them. That said, we have bills to pay, so a quick word from today's sponsor, then we'll dive straight in. Cool. So first, before we go any further, we should ask the most important question. Why? Why would we want a React Native alternative? Isn't React Native already really good and performant? Yeah, but it has some catches. Why not React Native? So, React Native has gotten really, really good, especially with the changes they made to the bridge in the JSI thing, whatever they call it. The problem previously was that React Native had its good old big single-threaded JS queue, which is the tasks that the JavaScript has to do. So if you click a button, so we'll say press or touched a tab, it's a thing that you did. This happened in the phone world. Now it's put on this queue where it has to be handled by the native world, or by the JavaScript world. I'll retake this section, actually. Yeah, forget everything I just said. Cool. So we have the JS queue. We also have the native layer. As we all know, native apps are blue. So let's say you do something. You touch a tab, like one of those little icons on the bottom of the app. This touch event has to be sent over to that JavaScript queue. A JS queue now has this event in it. It has to do something with it. So when it processes the event, it creates new work that it has to do, like change tabs, fetch data, and whatever else has to be done for this UI update to happen. Each of these is then going to have to change the UI state, you know, the fancy, we got like app, and we got our like sub elements like the tab bar or whatever not else. Once it's updated its virtual tree in this world, when the tabs change, then it gets this update state that it has to send back over to the native layer. And this, despite all of the chaos that it seems like it is here, isn't actually too bad, because the hard work is mostly happening in the native layer or in asynchronous events that are non-blocking here. So like the fetch data gets thrown off to the async queue, so it's fine. But the UI updates all have to happen in this JS queue as things that are triggering in the native layer. They've made a ton of changes to make this more efficient over the years. In particular, the JSI allows them to share memory between these two places, which can make it significantly faster. But there are still certain things where it doesn't feel great. Like when you type in an input, each key press, each letter being added or removed has to get thrown onto the JS queue as an input event. And each of those has to be processed. And if you're also processing other things in this single-threaded world, on a device that's not particularly powerful, especially like an older Android phone, and it has to prioritize the input events over everything else it is doing, send the change down over to the native layer, hopefully it gets there in time, and if it doesn't, you get the awful sticky keys experience. It's not great. The interesting thing that they did with Lynx is they built their own runtime that behaves fundamentally differently. Instead of having just one thread, there are two. Not multi-threaded in the proper traditional sense where any process can go into multiple threads. Instead, they have the framework thread and they have the UI thread. This thread is effectively the stuff that you as the developer write, and the framework, which is the part that does the updating on each side, is fully separated out so that the updates don't have to block whatever else you're doing. So if you're fetching data, you're processing inputs, you're doing anything else on this side here, it doesn't have to block the framework being able to update the UI. And by separating it out like that, they're able to do much more heavy like data processing stuff while still updating at 60 FPS with no issues or lag. It's a very specific need that they've solved in a pretty cool way. And there are definitely ideas here that we might be able to take back to the React world. The important thing here, if you're wondering why the React team hasn't done this, it's because you can't do this in the browser, like at all, really. This is not a concept, like you can spin up a worker, but workers have to go like over a bridge in order to update the UI in the browser. So it's not like you can just spin up two threads in Chrome and have it behave similarly. The fact that they own the runtime because it's embedded in the app is what lets them be as flexible as they're being here. Think of this less like how React works in the browser and more like how React works in Node, but it's also not even React specific. There's a lot of fun here. We need to start diving in. I've given my preamble for long enough. As they say, you can write once and render anywhere. I'm very curious how their web layer works due to the multi-threaded engine that they built. I'm assuming they just can't run that in the browser, but only one way to find out. There's actually a lot of ways to find out. Anyways, performs really well. They've been using this for a bunch of their apps, so it's not surprising. They're obsessed with performance over at the ByteDance world. They want their apps running perfectly fine on every device, including a bunch of really old, poorly maintained Android phones. So performance is top of the mind for them. Is that an Android phone? I didn't see the home screen long enough to tell. Yep. Interesting. The two-column waterfall is actually a really difficult thing to code, especially on mobile, so it's pretty cool. They have this all in that state. I'm down to learn by doing. Let's do it. It is worth noting that unlike React Native, their layer binding to the native elements isn't React specific. I probably should explain this a little more because people seem to not get this with React Native. If you have a technology like Flutter, this native layer thing doesn't exist. The way Flutter works is they're rendering a game engine effectively on top of the mobile like APIs. So instead of your opening, or if you're a web dev, this is kind of like a page that's implemented in Canvas or in Flash, where you're not using divs and elements from the browser, or in the case of native, you're not using the native buttons or tabs or notifications. You're building a full engine that is meant to simulate all of those things. That's why I hate Flutter so much, because it's not actually a native application platform. It is a game engine that is disguised to look like mobile applications. And that's why they always have that weird uncanny valley feeling, because everything from how the scroll works, to how the text renders, to how alignment works inside of inputs, they had to roll themselves. And that's why the kerning on fonts has been broken for 8 years. That's why accessibility is a big open question mark on Flutter. That's all because they're refusing to use the native platform. It's funny because the Lynx guys over in the ByteDance world did actually use Flutter and explore it heavily for many projects. And they threw it all away in favor of Lynx because Flutter is not good for building native applications. But when you're using something like React Native and you render a button, so if this element here is just button, that is rendering a native button for the native platform that you wrote the code for. So if you have a React Native app and you render a button on Android, that will be a native Android button. If you use a tab bar, it'll be native for all the different platforms. because those platforms provide their own native UI kits. It's like, imagine you're using a web framework and you render a div and it renders some weird version of a div inside of a canvas. You'd be like, what the fuck? React Native doesn't do that, and Lynx doesn't either. The catch is that with React Native, they had to build all those bindings to all of those platforms themselves as part of the React Native layer. And a lot of alternatives to React Native, like what they have over in the Elixir world, what they had for the Solid.js React Native alternative, all of those are just React Native wrappers that call the React Native bindings because that was really hard to build. The Facebook team has had like 10x more engineers working on React Native than React, and the results are incredible. You can do awesome things with React Native. But now that you know why these tools are cool, because they're not just rendering a web view, they are actually rendering native code. Let's dive in. Detailed quick start. Cool. PNPM, copy. Let's make a new tab. Sandbox, PNPM create. RSpeedy. RS pack-based links build tool. Cool. A lot of this is RS pack-based. The RS pack guys, if you're not familiar, been trying to build a Rust-based Webpack alternative for giant code bases like what they have at ByteDance. Let's do links demo. TypeScript. Interesting to have Biome as the recommended like top level linter and formatter. I don't have it installed, so we're gonna just do ESLint in Prettier. Links demo. Put this up. PNPM install. Get init. Get status. So you guys know I like to commit everything right at the start. Starting point. Don't need to push it, that's fine. I'll let cursor do its update, might as well. Cool. Let's take a quick look at what this code base has for us. We got an app TSX. Imports app CSS. This is one of the more interesting things Lynx does. It lets you use CSS even though it's native, which is a very, very interesting way of doing things that we will be diving into momentarily. Got the alter logo, use effect. Interesting. Background only. This is very interesting. This is kind of like use client, use server. It's a directive, but it's a directive that is telling the Lynx runtime, this should only run in the background. Very interesting. Let's run this guy. I need to scan the QR code. It is null, so main.links.bundle. That's not what I want. I think I need to install the Lynx app. You'd think they would like tell you that part. Scan with links. App Store. And not finding it. There's a lot of apps named Lynx. When you search Lynx ByteDance, nothing comes up. Great. Wonderful start. I miss Expo already. Okay. You have to, they only provide pre-built binaries for the iOS simulator. Okay. Looks like we're going to have to set this up by hand. Downloaded code, personal. I love Xcode and Apple's developer ecosystem so much. It's great. And the reason we're all putting all this effort into building alternatives to all of this is because Apple's ecosystem is so good that we all just want to use it as much as possible. And because some of you guys struggle with sarcasm, let me be very clear. A lot of these tools exist because iOS dev is such a shit show. Yeah. Give us a moment. Yeah, our download speeds are fast. And yeah, the tea was still too hot, which is annoying. I'm going to take off the lid. Funny enough, right now we're not using the Google Fiber line because the Google Fiber line has been problematic as of late. I'll probably switch back to it now that it's behaving better, but I have it set as a fallback. Come on, Apple. Now you have to wait for it to verify. You know, verify its own thing. Okay, while we're waiting for all of this to take its freaking time, let's explore more of what makes links special. Links defines content and structure using a markup language, with the most basic unit being an element tag. Concept of an element tag similar. Interesting, they use lowercase special tags. View, text, and image. Very interesting. Do you have to import those? You don't have to. Very interesting. So more things you might not know if you're not a React Native dev. When you're writing React Native code, you have to import things from React Native because these lowercase helpers aren't real things. Even in like a traditional React app, like if I grab, I think T3 chat should be fine for this. This one's not great examples. If I go to settings page though, profile, here we are. See these divs in this React code? These aren't real. Those aren't actual divs. If I command click, you'll see this brings us to the React type package. But what this actually binds to is the React DOM package. When you call something like this with a lowercase, that is a traditional HTML element, the React bundler will resolve this as effectively React DOM.div. This is how React handles this syntax, because all JSX is a way to call functions. And the function being called when you write div is React DOM.div. Our editors are now smart enough, and the other tools we have are good enough that as a dev, you don't really feel that. You just write a div or a button or whatever, and that's effectively what it comes out to. You don't have to think twice about it. But when you dive a little deeper, what you learn is that these aren't real. We're not rendering a div. We're rendering a function. The function's being called with the params class name as well as the param children. And now it becomes a div in the browser. React Native doesn't do this because there's no such thing as a div on mobile. On mobile, you have different native primitives. So React Native is an alternative not to React, but to React DOM. React DOM is the package that turns this into a div. React Native is the package that turns Vue into what it would be for the native app. But since it's so different, React Native requires you to import those things. You'd have to like import Vue button touch or touchable opacity from React Native. And these are all things that React Native will bind correctly when you use them as JSX. It seems like the decision made by the guys over at Lynx was a hybrid between the two, where this looks kind of like writing normal React, where lowercase view text and image are kind of like writing those normal things, and you don't have to import them. They've made them globals similar to how React DOM works. Seems like nice DX. Very interesting. How is my install going? Still verifying. Thank you, Apple. Will this just sit there forever? Okay. It's where is Open Developer Tools? Do I have a project open? Oh, here it is. It's under the Xcode, like main name menu. Simulator. You have to drag the app into it. Okay. That appears to have worked. This verifying step appears to have not. Oh no, my IP address leaked. Whatever will I do? Wait, is that it? It's already ready? I'm too used to Expo and React Native. That takes a while. Let's play. Okay. If I put this here, make my editor a bit bigger, close, cool. And now we can play. So if I go change things in that CSS file, if I change this to be blacker, yeah, I hit save now. Yeah, that's that RSpec experience, the instantaneous hot reloading. To be fair, React Native's gotten pretty good at that as well, but yeah. Subscribe, you nerd. Saving now. Saving again now. Yeah, it's effectively instant. Let's go back to that tutorial. I want to actually go through the example here. Okay, so we add this to the index CSS. Does it have more? Yeah, it does. That's a lot of CSS. It's very interesting that it's using CSS for all of this. Let's make a new we'll just call it example.css. Can we use Tailwind? Almost certainly not, but wouldn't be surprised if that was like a thing you could add yourself. Import example CSS. Cool. Link supports a wide variety of style, including global style, CSS modules, inline Sass. Yep. Is Tailwind interesting? They do already have a Tailwind plugin. Oh boy. Okay, let's just change over this app to be is root.render. Yeah, root from links.js. Well, I don't need to do that part, so we'll kill that. Export default function. Change that. Now I got to implement all these other things. So the local relative path is the source for image tags. That's cool. Storing and accessing images in React Native is a bit chaotic. Okay. Interesting. Image card.tsx. This imports this random picture. Which is the type that already exists in here. Screw this. I'm just going to do this my way. String. Oh, because it expects a width and a height. Oh, that's annoying. How do they deal with that on their example, though? I'm very curious now. Pictures. Oh, they manually hard code the values for everything. That's annoying as balls. Let's do the product details tutorial. It should be a little easier. Yeah. Can I just grab the GitHub for this? I don't want to build the whole thing. Yeah, let's download. Examples. This one we were just in. It was Swiper. Is it really that easy to just make a new project with it? Let's go to Sandbox. Thanks, Swiper. Just curious if you can like dumbly hop around your computer like this and have success. Links, Swiper, pnpm install. Okay, the examples are expecting to have access to all their local stuff. But if I delete that, hop back over here, and grab those there instead. Probably needs that. Cool. Yep. And look at us. Clear, pnpm, run dev. It should be the same URL, but just in case. I know that's the record. Command, nope, that's hide. How do I get out of... Did I set the home there? Yeah. Close. Come on, let me paste. There we go. Okay. That was a bit annoying, but like not for reasons that are specific to links, just things that are specific to iOS for the most part. So let's get back to it. We got our links swiper. I want to dig through this code though. It's got a lot of different stuff going on here. Let's try to ignore all of that and look at the parts that matter more. Interesting. See this main thread? This is where links gets very different from other alternatives. Main thread : easing. Very interesting. How does that work? Do I have to use the TypeScript version for this? Probably. Nope. Weird that that's not typed properly. Might just be a different version or something. But screen width should, I guess, be a global prop you can access for things like knowing how wide the screen you're on is. That's actually really nice. Use offset. This is one of those things that's so annoying to deal with like keyboard inputs and stuff. To have an offset for like this touch bar on the bottom to make sure you're not covering it. I can't tell you how many Flutter apps I've used, and I could immediately tell because the buttons were too close to the bottom because they weren't using offsets correctly. These main thread bindings are really interesting. I want to go read more about that before we dive too deep. Did they describe any of this in here? Main... Direct node manipulation. Product detail page. It includes a swiper and some product detail. Swiper accepts images and displays them in a row. Okay. So handle touch start xref.current, e.touches, client x, handle touch move. This is how much you've moved. Bind touch start and bind touch move. All are part of view. And we have an offset here, which is done in a ref, which is interesting because a ref shouldn't update the UI, but I'm sure they have a fix for that. Update swiper offset. Interesting. So on the touch move, they also call this update swiper offset. And they're using node manip. Okay. There's the key difference here. This is not very React-y. Generally speaking, the way that React encourages you to think is that your state generates the UI. So when you're passing state, or when a component has some state, like how far scrolled it should be, the component owns that state. And when it changes, the component itself updates and renders the new UI. This feels a lot less like that and a lot more like something like React 3 Fiber. In React 3 Fiber, you'll bind refs for the elements you want to change, and then you have a use frame call. And this use frame is what does the update on the ref. So you don't keep a state that is your current rotation or values like that. You have a use frame counter that updates it. And this ref is what determines what the UI is showing, not the state. Normally when you write React, this would be a use state call. And when it updates, the component would rerun and trigger a change to this return. But that means you have to run React on every frame or every change. And every delta when you're moving your thumb left to right, you don't have to re-render the component during that with this model, which is really cool. Same here. Once you run this box function once, it doesn't have to rerun unless you pass it different props. The use frame will update this ref. And when the ref changes, the element will change as well. So it doesn't have to rerun top to bottom. It's almost kind of like signals, but they're not tracing the actual change. You're directly making the change, almost more like a jQuery style where you select the element and you update its properties, rather than the React model where you change some state and all of the new properties get emitted out as a result of that. Very interesting to see this here. This does really show that they're like trying to get the ergonomics of React, but the performance of other things. React Native has historically steered away from these types of things. There are packages that enable it though, like React Native Reanimated does a lot of these things under the hood for you. People in chat are already linking the tools like that. So here we have, oh God, what are they pulling this from? Annoying, whatever. In React Native, they do have something like set native props, which allows you to update things without having to rerun the component. So this use callback call here will update the native layer for this text input to have different data edit. So this will change the text, edited text, when you hit the edit text button. Yeah, the touchable opacity, which is basically a button. So when you click that button, it'll update this without having to rerun the component. That said, not the most common thing to do in like user React Native code. This is more something that the libraries would do for you. And tools, again, like React Native Reanimated, do for you really well. Very interesting to see it as like a recommended primitive in a framework instead of it being a workaround when you need it. Yeah, you can also make custom hooks. I'm assuming that's what they're going to show here. Yeah, update swiper style, swiper container ref comes from this use update swiper style. Are they hiding those hooks? Oh, here's the hooks. Yeah. So we have the use offset, touchable start, touch start current offset, all refs for different numbers, and then it calls the on offset update function that it gets passed in order to trigger the update. And here we have the update swiper style, which is the other hook. And this one is what does the transformation. That's a lot of code for what could have just been a use state call, but that use state call would have to happen on the main thread that is actually triggering which elements are rendering, and not the dynamic behaviors. And that's, again, like the big difference here is in React Native, if you did it the normal traditional React Native way, the work that you're doing to determine which elements to show and what props they have is being blocked by the work for when you're sliding left and right. All of those are fighting for priority in the same queue. With links, these can be separated out entirely. So the elements being rendered can be handled by the framework thread, and the rest can be handled by that other thread. May have noticed that sometimes the scrolling doesn't feel smooth. That's because touch events occur in the main thread, but the event listener code is running in the background thread, which causes delayed touch event responses. It's particularly noticeable on low-end devices. But you can use a main thread script to optimize the issue. Yeah, so here it's binding on main thread instead, which is very interesting. You need to migrate the frequently triggered code to main thread script. So I'm guessing that means these guys also have, main thread for these interaction handlers, so that these all happen on that main thread and not the background slower thread. Very interesting. When you think about it, how about this? If I've learned anything from my time in the mobile trenches, it's that you have to care more about all of these things to make a mobile app feel good. It doesn't matter if you're using Flutter or React Native or Cordova or even just native tools and technologies directly. You have to think about these parts to make a native app feel really good. It's weird that you as a dev have to think about what should or shouldn't be on the main thread, but it's a lot better than the alternative of everything's on the main thread, so now there is no threading. I really like the idea of by default things aren't on the main thread, similar to with like server components, by default, the component doesn't ship JS. It is the optimal thing to have your main thread not blocked by stuff like a giant data fetch or a connection to a WebSocket client or those types of things. And I really like the idea that by default, your UI isn't blocked by all of these other things. But if you do want to prioritize your work, you can tag it accordingly. It is kind of wild that you can prefix a prop like this to tell links, hey, I want this on the main thread. Never seen this pattern before for determining like threading characteristics in the definition of props. Almost feels kind of like viewy in a way. Okay. Ionic and capacitor are very good alternatives without worrying about these issues. If you think that, then you have more of these issues than any React Native app that has been talked about today. Ionic and capacitor do not solve these problems. They make them much worse, actually. It's adorable. This is why those tools failed, because everybody can't see the flaws in them. Anyways. Yep, and with those changes, the high-frequency updates run a main thread. So how do we communicate between the threads? That's a really good question. Tell me all about this. We want a progress indicator to show which page you're on, but it has styling, but it lacks the progress updates. So let's see how they do this. Main thread calling background thread. Indicator component, which accepts a current prop indicating the current page. You need to update current when scrolling. On index update, take the new index. Main thread and background thread functions need special APIs to call each other. Here is where this whole model starts to fall apart. Now, because these two threads are running code in different places, you can't just call functions between the two. We're not in a competent language like Elixir. We're in JavaScript. So these relationships have to be handled by you. So if you need to call something on the main thread from background, you have to call run on main thread and vice versa. It is nice that they have these helpers. So run on background, index update, index. I also like that this kind of makes it very explicit when you're calling things from different threads, because you shouldn't have to do this too often. But yeah, interesting. Using a capacitor for production, I regret it a lot. For Android, you will have memory issues with the Chrome Web View. Not surprised in the slightest. Background thread calling main thread. Useful progress indicator should also support clicking to jump to the corresponding page. It is also interesting if you think about it that like a user interaction like a touch or a slide and a scroll, you get to pick which thread those interactions are handled on. That is a very interesting paradigm the more that I'm thinking about it. And they have the use main thread ref as a custom hook for when you want refs to exist on the main thread. Very interesting. Oh, values being shared across. Yeah, show me that. This is going to be interesting. Assuming there's no way for me to close the sidebar. Annoying. Main thread script using background thread script values. Takes in duration here. Interesting. Very interesting. The main thread functions can use background thread values. By default, if you have a main thread within, I'm assuming, some type of closure or scope relative to the background values, those will automatically get passed in so that you can access them, and that those main thread functions now can depend on those things. But it has limitations. The background thread values must be serializable, so you can't use functions, promises, and other non-serializable values. Very, very interesting. If you understand how workers work in the browser, you're a very small niche amongst JS devs. So for everyone else, let's do a quick example. We'll use Gemini Flash. Show me a basic example of JS code that spins up a worker and sends it a value. Cool. So when you spin up a worker in JavaScript, you go to T3 chat and ask how to do it because the syntax is weird. You create a worker with a specific JS file. That file now has a runner that you'll see here, like an on message that it exports for how it handles the message. And Gemini Flash's syntax highlighting and formatting is entirely broken, so we'll rerun this with a model that it won't be as broken in. Cool. So on message, we have this handler. On error, we have a handler, and worker.postMessage is how we pass values to the worker. So when you spin up a worker in the browser, that's a different JS thread that's running different JS code. You can't just pass it a function to run. You have to instantiate the worker with different JavaScript and then post messages to it. And these messages being posted back and forth need to be JSON serializable. So here we've received the event.data. We have the original value, the processed value, and the status that we are sending back as a post message that then the other side can receive. But we're passing these back and forth as messages, not as us calling back and forth. Links makes it feel different by letting you call things with those background thread and main thread helpers, but you can't just pass a value over. You have to make sure the thing you're passing can be handled as a message, because under the hood, it probably works very similarly. But that's the thing with threads, is not just, oh, take your code and run it multiple places. When you're splitting data between threads, you need ways to pass the data between them, and that's where all of this becomes significantly more complex. And apparently, you have to do the same thing with reanimated. They have a run on JS, which lets you run non-workletized functions that otherwise couldn't run on the UI thread. Cool. It's been time to remake Twitch and React Native for like 5 years now. More than that. I did it 5 years ago, but yeah, we'll see if they ever ship a good app or care enough to figure that out. Anyways, background thread or past main thread values. Main thread easing prop to swipe, allow users to customize the animation curve. Main thread easing is the ease and out function, runs on main thread. Wait, shouldn't this be called? Ease in out function. Ease in out is past the background thread hook. Use offset. Interesting. So this is a main thread function that we are passing as a prop and allowing for a background thread hook. Use offset to call. Yeah, MT easing, that's a main thread call that we're making from background thread. And then use offset, it's passed to the main thread function animate. Very interesting. Main thread values can be passed by background thread, but not used. So these main thread functions can be passed. So you're passing this around. We're not actually calling this here. We're passing it to use offset where it's then called in main thread. That's very interesting. We're taking this little box of code that runs in the main thread, and we're passing the reference to it to background thread where we can't call it, but then accessing it in main thread again where we pass it to something else. That is really interesting. My biggest hesitation with all of that is that it makes type safety not useful, because there's no indication when you're working in the here that I can't call empty easing. But if you're able, this isn't for us mere mortals to do a whole lot of. This is to make sure everything can be as fast as possible. And my guess is most of the time you would probably just write everything in background thread. And then when you have specific things you want to optimize, someone who deeply understands the system will come in, do the right main thread calls, and optimize your app at that point. There isn't really a great path for that type of like latent optimization in React Native. If you don't start with reanimated and use it properly, it's rough. But here, you can kind of just do it later, which seems really powerful. But it would also be fragile in the sense that somebody who isn't as familiar with these properties would get really confused because they see this function being passed all around the code base. And they're like, you know what? I want to set a default value here. So they do optional main thread easing, and they give it a fallback that they define right here for different values. And that fallback fails because when it does get called, it was defined in background. So it tries to call a background function, which it can't do, and then it fails. So there's like a lot of those little unexpected edge cases people will run into when they're learning this. And since the type system can't error out when those happen, they have to run into it in the runtime to see the bug. I would be more okay with like either of these cases where if it was confusing but it type errored, or it wasn't confusing but it only runtime errored, I'd be okay with both of those. But the fact that it is confusing, it causes runtime errors, and it doesn't have a type error, that combo is uniquely brutal for onboarding. And the only reason you would commit to something that has those like catches is because you really need the performance wins. Yeah, this is a really good tutorial in the sense that it like brings you through all of the chaos of how this multi-threaded stuff works here. I should probably read their actual blog post, specifically because Juan is one of the people leading the architecture there. If you're not familiar, Juan's the dev who did the original React compiler presentation. So there aren't many people who understand the depth of React performance quite as well as he does. So it's very exciting to see him as involved in this project as he is. Links is a family of technologies empowering devs to use their existing web skills to create truly native UIs for both mobile and web from a single code base. Designed for diverse use cases and rich interactivity, Links delivers vibrant and engaging UIs for large-scale apps like TikTok, featuring a speedy and versatile rendering engine, performance-driven, dual-threaded UI programming, modern Rust-based tooling, and more. We deeply appreciate all the prior arts that have shaped the field of cross-platform dev, and aspire to contribute to this movement by open-sourcing Links today, inviting more devs to build applications with more freedom and productivity. For the generation of digital natives, mobile phones and the apps on them are their first digital experiences. For these app-centric users, a non-native experience isn't just inconvenient, it's a red flag. I totally agree here. You can tell when something isn't using native tech so quickly, especially if you use apps every day, especially if you use iOS. I struggle to believe people who say like when they use a Flutter app, they can't tell, or when they're using a Cordova app, like the person was just shilling earlier. You can tell. It feels bad, and it makes people less likely to engage and re-engage and keep scrolling through your app and using it for hours at a time. Those small frustrations don't work if you're not being paid to use the app. There's a lot of things I use where they are inconvenient in that way. Things like Stripe, things like random dashboards and GitHub. But those are all tech that I have to use. I don't have an alternative, and I'm being paid to use those solutions. Something like TikTok, if it's slow or bad, I just move over to YouTube. Or something like TikTok, if it's bad, I just move over to Instagram or YouTube. Or if I get frustrated, I close the app and go somewhere else. It's a whole different war, and they are fighting it hard. Things like blank screens, 0.1 second lags in a like animation, or unfamiliar UI patterns can all make apps feel cheap or untrustworthy. We believe that native primitives and responsiveness aren't just nice to haves. Native is a necessity. This is why they moved off of Flutter. Despite the rapid growth of the app economy, delivering such experiences at scale and velocity remains to be a challenge. This is a huge piece here. I haven't touched on it yet, but one of the most important parts of why all of these things matter so much is distribution. Traditionally, when you're building an app, if I have my little app here, I have this app. I built it on my computer. So I have this bundle. I want this app bundle to be on the App Store so that people can install it. So I have to take this bundle, build it, sign it, all of that. I'm not even going to include that in this part. I have to send it to Apple. Now Apple or Google or whoever you're distributing the app through has to approve the app. And once it's been approved, it can now be on the App Store. But even that's not so simple. So we'll call this Apple Review. So once Apple's reviewed it and approved it, assuming they do it once, which big assumption, now it's on the App Store distribution. Fun fact with App Store distribution, you have no control over when users actually get your updated app. You do have some toggles, but a lot of users just have auto update off. So when does this distribution actually make it to the user? The first time, it makes it to the user's phone when they install it. So when the user goes to install the phone, so when a user goes to install the app on their phone, they just get whatever the latest version is. But if we're pushing an update, like we have now, my app v2, we have no idea how long it's going to take from when I send this to Apple for review for that to be the version that is on the App Store and most importantly is pushed out. And my users for any amount of time could be on that old version. Like whenever it's just a known fact that when you push a major update to an app, a large percentage, like sometimes 20 to 40% will be on the old version for weeks, if not months, because the binary has to be loaded from Apple, and Apple is the ultimate decider in if and when the distribution goes out, and you have to hope the users have automatic updates on. There are some solutions here. You can have the app hit some endpoint that checks if it's the latest version and yells at you if you're on an old version and makes you go install the update. Not great. Wouldn't it be a lot better if, for at the very least, updates that weren't massive, I could just do this? So you install whatever the latest shell is, but new changes that are like quick UI fixes or additional features being added that aren't necessary for code review or review from Apple as a whole. If I just want to fix some bug or add some theme for a holiday or add a new category option in the picker for searching, those things shouldn't require app review. It is not like they do either. I'm going to turn off Bluetooth because I think Ben is using this downstairs. Cool. And it's not like they do require app review either, because people already do all of this through server-side control. So they'll usually have, instead of like your search experience, having a list of 4 options that are hard-coded, it'll fetch all the valid options from the backend. Instead of the theme being something that's hard-coded into the app, it might be fetched from a set of options on the backend. We're already doing this, but we've also been forced to separate all of this logic out in order for that to be possible. If it was possible for us to ship something a little closer to that native binding without having to go through the App Store, that would be a huge win. That's what this is. This is sometimes called code push, sometimes called over-the-air updates. There's a lot of terms for this workflow. The point is that if you don't need to change the native bindings, like what view or what touchable opacity become, we shouldn't have to wait on Apple to let us make those changes. We shouldn't be forced to re-architect the entire way our app is built to pull every piece of state from a server so we can toggle these switches on the server side without having to go through app review. The idea of server-driven UI, where this code that becomes your UI has to come from somewhere other than Apple is a dragon we've all been chasing in the applications at scale world for a while. And making something that handles that well, but also performs well, is really hard. Because if we offload all this to our servers, we're now blocking everything on server calls. That sucks. If we make it all native, we're now stuck waiting for Apple to approve, which means we can't actually ship fast, and that sucks. Where's that? Yeah. And that's why the scale and velocity call out here is really important, because they need a solution that works for apps the size of what they build at TikTok and don't have to wait for 1/5 of their users to get the update. But they also need the velocity where they can ship really fast and make changes really quickly and get them to their users really fast. And that's a unique balance that most companies have had to roll their own in for a while. Tools like React Native and Expo have helped a bunch, and Lynx is seemingly going even further. And I know for a fact they built this way because they're doing all this stuff with RSPack and, most importantly, module federation. Now imagine if instead of our app bundle being just my app, imagine if it was a couple different things. Imagine that this bundle, it's still my app, V2, but V2 has different things in it. It has the store view V0. Cool. So we have this as one of the things in our bundle. We have React V19.0.1. We have some SVG loader V1.14 or whatever. We have the item view V0. You get the idea. Your app is made up of multiple of these things. Some of these might be by different teams with different goals and purposes. If only one of these changed, the magic of this pattern is you can just send the one that changed and not have to nuke and reload everything else. Each of these bindings, each of these submodules can be owned by different teams and sourced from different links. So the app can now download the latest for each part and not have to update the whole thing. Really, really cool stuff. I want this so badly for T3 chat because 99% of the code that you're downloading will never change. Things like our math renderer are 0.5 megabyte of JS because they have to be. It's complex rendering LaTeX in the browser. If I could just have that be a static module that's never reloaded once it's loaded, and all of the data that gets fetched when you update is just our user side code that we wrote, that'd be awesome. But setting this stuff up sucks. And that's why the industry leads of it are working over at ByteDance and TikTok to make this all happen. Yeah. Wasted effort. We believe that by enabling developers to build once and reach more platforms, we can deliver joys for more users and faster. TikTok is known and loved as a mobile-first platform, continuously bringing innovative and engaging experiences to diverse and dynamic users around the world. That feels like copy written by ByteDance. Lynx now powers an extremely wide spectrum of surfaces, from the high-frequency search panel to the full-fledged TikTok Studio app, from complex e-commerce storefronts like Shop that demand reliability and trust, to highly engaging experiences like Live. Interesting. I didn't know Live was built with Lynx. That's really cool. They're betting heavily on it, it seems. That's everything other than the main TikTok view for the most part. And again, remember that thing I was saying about being able to do updates without going through the App Store? The only way you could do an event like the Met Gala before is you make all the native changes for it, you put them under a feature flag or some tag, you push it up to Apple for review, pray they approve it in time for that event, and then when the event goes live, you flip the feature flag on, then you flip it off, and then someday you go remove it from the bundles. But chances are there's a lot of people who have the Met Gala code installed in their phone forever going forward because you have to put it in weeks ahead, get it approved, and then hope everything goes well so you can hit the switch on the right day. Or we just go back to here. We make our Met Gala view V1 whatever. And now this is a new thing in our bundle. Now we can ship just this one additional thing. And when it's done, delete it. That easy. really, really cool for the types of things that they are doing at scale. We believe that scale and velocity mean much more than just applying a feature, bug fix, or optimization across all platforms to improve cost efficiency. It also means the versatility to adapt the same shared technological foundation to a broad spectrum of scenarios without the need to build new teams or reinvent the wheel for every unique use case. Whew, bangers. Ooh, this is a fun section here. The web platform was historically created for documents and then gradually evolved into a dev platform. Yet it continues to face constraints that slow down its ability to adapt and innovate quickly. What are you linking to here? Platform adjacency theory. Interesting. I want to read this a whole bunch later. I love articles like this that give me a bunch of homework to go read after. Shipping web technologies for cross-platform dev has become a defining norm in the industry. Since 2008, PhoneGap, later known as Cordova, strived to keep the web as cross-platform as possible by augmenting web views with native capabilities. In 2015, React Native's 10 years old now, that's wild. React Native pioneered the idea of bridging native UI with web tech, enabling declarative UIs with React Mobile, and that same year, Flutter, with its web heritage, adopted a similar declarative UI model and introduced a new approach using a custom rendering engine. Lynx followed a similar spirit. You could think of it as an alternative web tailored for app dev. It aims to honor the assets of web technologies while taking an opinionated approach, supporting web-like APIs and adding constraints and extensions with clear intent. To illustrate the balance, let me share two examples. One where we choose to follow the web, and another where we To illustrate the balance, let me share two examples. One where we choose to follow the web, and another where we intentionally make a difference. Craft designs with markup and CSS as usual. So here we have a view, style, flex direction column, background, radial gradient. Doesn't look great, but that's because I'm in Firefox. Text, all looks very traditional CSS-y. At its core, UI technologies exist to deliver exceptional product design. Lynx embraces the familiarity of web dev, allowing devs to write markup in CSS just as they would for the web. Lynx natively supports CSS animations and transitions, CSS selectors, and variables for theming, as well as modern CSS visual effects like gradients, clipping, and masking. Kind of wild. They basically had to re-implement all of that natively. I'm assuming that's how that works. I am very curious because, again, it's not a web view. So they probably had to re-implement all of this core CSS stuff so that it works in their not a web view. But then separately, they have the second example, which is using the main thread responsibly for interactivity. One of Lynx's most notable architectural decisions is its statically enforced division of a user scripting. One of Lynx's most notable architectural decisions is its statically enforced division of user scripting into two distinct runtimes. The main thread runtime, which is powered by Prism, and which is a custom JS engine specifically optimized for Lynx, which is dedicated to privileged synchronous UI tasks like initial launch and high priority event handling. Separately, there's a background runtime, which is the default for user code, which ensures the main thread remains low workload and non-blocking. This enables two killer features. Instant first frame rendering. This is really, really cool. One of the few things you will definitely notice with React Native apps is they have to have that little loading view there when it spins up the JS to command the UI. But with main thread scripting, you can now instantly start rendering. Actually, no, this is still with the IFR. Interesting. Surprised they have the loading state there. They should be able to make it way... Yeah, that's basically instant. That's just the app icon open. Normally with React Native apps, since it takes some amount of time for the runtime to spin up, you're in that loading screen for quite a bit longer. Here, it's effectively instant, and I think almost all apps will have that. The React Native team was working really hard on Hermes as their solution for this, which is a custom runtime that does the ahead of time like JIT compilation for the JS code, so it can theoretically launch faster. It's a lot better than it would be if it was still just V8 based, but it's still not quite as fast as what they have done here. And by separating it, they now have way less code that main thread has to care about. And that main thread can be optimized using Prism, which is, again, a custom runtime that they built specifically to be as fast as possible for launching your app and handling those interactions. Prism is built on top of Quick.js, which is, again, really, really fast JavaScript runtime. Quick.js is built to be fast and tiny. 210 kilobytes of x86 code for the entirety of Quick.js. It obviously means there's a lot of things that we expect from especially runtimes like Node that you won't get in Quick.js. But it also, more importantly, means you can spin it up immediately because the memory footprint of that is nothing. Sorry, did I say Prism? It's Prim.js, my bad. I caught it, guys. Thank you for the correction. I hate when YouTubers say something is killer, even though it's only one day on the market. If only this tech had been used for years by a multi-billion-dollar business, then we could verify that it is actually good. But since that clearly hasn't happened here, there's no way I, as a dumb YouTuber, could possibly know that this tech is good. Oh, wait, this is being shipped in an app with 1 billion users. Huh. According to the wizard of all things JS compliance, Prim is less compliant than Quick.js, but it is also faster. The key features for Prim are an optimized interpreter, which allows for the interpretation step where it takes the code and figures out what to do with it in the first place to be much, much faster. Seamless object model integration. So that allows for reduction of data communication overhead and improving rendering performance between this main thread, the background thread where your code runs, and the UI itself. That's the native layer. They built their own model to bridge between all of those. They also built their own garbage collector instead of Quick.js's reference counter, which allows them to not clean up memory as aggressively and not have to block on every interaction. Instead, they clean up later on, which allows for better performance, improved memory analyzability, and a reduced risk of memory leaks. Cool. They also fully implemented the Chrome DevTool protocol. That's huge, actually. That makes it way easier to debug. This doesn't need to go in the video. I just want to dunk on this dude. Ikose, if you can find me a single Flutter app that is even close to adoption and, more importantly, close to user experience to what Lynx has as an example with the TikTok app suite that was written in Flutter, I'll gift you a sub. And when you can't, yeah, you've been around for a while. I won't hard ban, but very least timed out for a week. Debugging seems excellent. Okay. This is, oh yeah, that's really good. If you're not already familiar, debugging in React Native is one of the biggest arguments against it. And this just solves it because you have the full Chrome DevTools just there. And you can even look at, oh, that is really good. That's really good, actually. They have a desktop app that lets you run in that view there and actually see what elements are what. This is one of the biggest gaps that's missing in the React Native ecosystem. This might push me over the edge to use this for stuff. That is super cool. It is really cool that you can even, or apparently you can even bridge between your iPhone or whatever is running the app to do all of this. Oh man. The contrast of the React Native ecosystem, or the contrast of the React Native experience. What do you mean? You don't like Flipper? Wait, doesn't RN also have Chrome DevTool support with Expo? There's the problem. We've been stuck with Flipper for so fucking long, and I'm not even sure of the state of the Chrome DevTool stuff with Expo. As far as I know, you have to be using the WebView stuff for that. You can't use the Chrome DevTools with Expo with an app that's running on your phone. And even if you can, I don't know how much I trust that binding layer. This is really cool. This is really cool. They're winning me over more and more as I keep reading. Yeah. Very cool to see everything from. It's also nice that despite this being such a big launch, they're not entirely just releasing links like the. It's also cool that ByteDance isn't just releasing one piece of this. They are releasing the whole pile, the links family as they call it, including links, React links, which means you could build something that isn't React if you want to use Svelte or Solid or Vue or whatever else with it. RSpeedy, which is the build tool built on top of our SPack for setting this all up. The links dev tool stuff, links for web, and Prim, all released together as one giant drop. Genuinely really cool. Also, links being C++ surprises, hopefully, absolutely nobody. And then the Java and Objective-C and Objective-C++ parts, those are the bindings for Android and iOS. Internally, we've seen service migration from web to links often achieves a 2 to 4x reduction in launch times across the board. So that's if the difference between using a built-in web view, something like Cordova or PhoneGap, to using links instead, is you get 4x speed up for launching the app. Huge. Links was originally developed by an engineering team of ByteDance. Links was originally developed by an engineering team at ByteDance, which continues to drive its development. Significant user of links, TikTok recognizes the innovation and potential of links and has been making extensive use of it in a series of TikTok apps. TikTok will facilitate the open source release of links, offering support in several areas, including funding, technical enhancements, community promotion, and ecosystem growth. Democratize cross-platform technologies. For years, cross-platform dev for web devs has been defined by the patterns and solutions established by a few dominant players. While we celebrate their remarkable contributions, there's growing demand for greater diversity in approaches. I agree. It's kind of sad that if you want a good mobile experience that isn't just building a really good native app for each individual platform with a team dedicated to each, the only reasonable option for a while now has been React Native. Everything else is like cool, but none of it is ready at all. Like, the reason this is exciting, to go back to the dunking I was doing earlier, is because this seems like a stable production-ready foundation for good native apps with also the benefits of WebDX and distribution. And that set of boxes is really hard to check. Like, the dream set of tools, like, if everything was perfect, we would have all of the following. We would have native SDK control. So we'd be accessing that native UI layer. We would have distribution without ties to App Store so that we can distribute something, probably that binary, that allows us to change parts of the UI without having to go through the whole app review process. We would have DX comparable to modern web, would have interop with a big ecosystem of app-focused tools, things like React Query, would have good dev tools, right? I'll say dev and debug tools, i.e. Chrome dev tools. And obviously, open source. Up until now, the only thing that checked all these boxes was React Native. Something like Flutter did not have a great score here. Flutter did not do native. It did not do the distribution without the App Store. The creator of Flutter actually quit Google to go try and build this externally with Shorebird, and I have no idea what the current state of that is. The other company I was talking to that was doing that stuff shut down. DX comparable to the modern web. I will say Flutter is close enough here. I won't cross it off. Interop with a big ecosystem. No. Good debug and dev tools, sure. And open source, sure. So you lose 3 of the 6 points with something like Flutter. Native apps, you get this one, and then you get none of the rest at all. React Native got you all of these. The debug and dev tools weren't good before, but they're apparently there now. As of last year, you can use Chrome's dev tools for React Native. Awesome. Haven't tried it yet. Not sure how stable it is. But Lynx is hitting all of these boxes too. And I didn't think we'd see a day where something else would do it because it just seemed like too much work to be justifiable. What's cool here is that they're not the way they phrase it is they're not open sourcing a single fixed solution with one open source project. They're trying to open source a meta infrastructure that enables teams and businesses that are facing similar scale and velocity challenges to build their own cross-platform solutions. We're open sourcing React Lynx, which is React on Lynx, as Lynx's initial front-end framework flavor, enabling componentized declarative UI on Lynx. However, Lynx isn't limited to React. In fact, other frameworks already represent roughly half of Lynx's overall usage, demonstrating its neutrality in hosting different flavors. As modern apps grow increasingly complex, with dozens or even hundreds of devs collaborating on a single app, Lynx ships with RSpeedy, which is a toolchain based on the popular Rust-based bundler RSpack, which enables fast builds and paves the way for a multi-framework micro-frontend future with module federation. And that means that different bundles, like if we go back to my diagram here, it'd be possible that the store view might rely on its own separate framework package, like Svelte Lynx. And now Svelte Lynx could be bundled within this store view bundle as just one of its packages and one of its dependencies. And all of this belongs in your app, but you can ship it separately. It can be updated separately and not affect the other pieces because this is just effectively the function that is called when you go to that view. Super, super cool. Not only is the core engine of Lynx framework agnostic, it's also agnostic to host platforms as well as rendering backends. Drawing inspiration from a spectrum of projects like Chromium, Flutter, and React Native, it's designed to adapt to new platform primitives, and it's flexible enough to switch to a custom renderer, enabling pixel-perfect, consistent rendering across any platform with a graphic interface. This is effectively Flutter mode, where instead of it rendering native UI elements, it's rendering a canvas that has a pixel-perfect UI, so everything looks exactly the same on all platforms, but it's not using native at all. The fact that the same renderer can do both is really cool, but you kind of have that benefit in React Native as well. In the React Native world, we already have React Native Skia, which allows you to render React Native components on a Skia canvas, which is the same tech that Flutter used to be powered by and still usually is. They're in a weird engine overhaul thing over there. Who knows when it will all ship? Anyways. This is not the end, rather a new beginning. Lynx is production ready and already powers an incredible number of businesses. What we are open sourcing today is the exact version that we use in production, which is why it starts at version 3.x. That's cool. They're not hiding and changing the version number for the public release. It's the exact same they've been consuming. It even introduces legacy code and APIs that we intend to deprecate. We believe in open sourcing what we actually rely on. That's really cool to call out. Oh boy, they're moving all dev to GitHub with this, making it open and transparent to the community. This release marks only the beginning. What we're open sourcing today is not everything. This release only marks the beginning. What we're releasing open source today is not everything. Many peripherals that we're proud of, including additional UI components, advanced built-in graphics capabilities, the custom render, and other framework stuff, have not come yet. This is the beginning of the journey because it's a relatively young team in the open source space. We know we have much to learn about working, collaborating, and growing with the community. We're glad that we took this step because we believe open source is the right path forward to foster collaboration, push the boundaries of what's possible in cross-platform development, and give back to the community that's given us so much. We invite you to join us on this exciting journey, and we welcome your feedback and contributions. This is a really good launch. I'm trying to find more holes to poke, and it's honestly kind of hard. The biggest potential issue I see is something that I mostly know of because of my experience with doing React server-side stuff with server components. These prefixes and these callouts, like in here with the main thread declaration here, these don't work great with packages. So if I have a package that needs to run on main thread, hopefully they bundle it correctly. And if they don't, you're screwed. You have to wrap everything yourself manually in all of the right layers. And if they do include these properly, that package is now link specific and won't work well in other React flavors. So it's a tough balance there. My guess is that you would be writing a lot more of that update code yourself inside of the application code rather than relying on libraries for it as much. Both because the ecosystem isn't there yet and because these like decorators are not very fun to manage externally. Ooh, thinking in React links. React links follows React's programming model, but leverages the dual-threaded runtimes. Yeah. So your code runs on 2 threads. This will be printed twice. Main thread's responsible for rendering the initial screen and applying subsequent UI updates. This allows for users to see the first screen as quickly as possible while reducing the main thread's workload. Background thread runs with a complete React runtime, handling component lifecycles and other side effects. Since complete consistency with single-threaded React is not possible, we modified the component lifecycle as shown in the component lifecycle page. Interesting. So they fundamentally changed. I was looking for a diagram here. Lifecycle flowchart. They forget to include said flowchart? Or is this a Firefox sucks thing? Let's go check the GitHub, see if it's there. Oliver. Yeah, apparently you snuck your way into here, Oliver. They knew you were coming. Reload the page. You see what it thinks it's rendering, so I can go find the file in the code base. Interesting. It's coming from their CDN. Oh, I figured it out. They doubled that. Haha. Look at me. Figured it out. URLs are hard. Here we have the main thread render. Background thread also renders. It's kind of like SSR, but happening on device, where there's 2 things rendering the same content. The background thread has to hydrate because the main thread finished the render faster. Hydrate. Use background thread data to calibrate main thread data. Triggers an apply update. Ref callback is what handles the changes there. Any effects from render will start running after all of that. Then if an update happens in the background, once it is done figuring out what it is, it sends it to the main thread to actually apply the update. Because this background thread, all of its renders don't exist. The renders that matter are the ones that it sends to the main thread that then applies the update. Yeah, very cool to see them documenting the ways that it differs from React, because it does. It's not just using React like we're used to. Their goals were to optimize first screen render. Again, funny enough, very similar to server-side rendering, where the goal of SSR is so that when you go to the page, you see something way quicker and you don't have to wait for the JS to all load in and do all of that stuff. Very cool. This does mean that they don't have certain helpers like use layout effect, which is an effect that runs after the update but before the UI change. They have their own handle layout thing that you can use similarly. Special characterizations of, oh god, list is always a challenge. List element has on-demand loading and node reuse characteristics. List elements created, all of its child components are JS object instances which are created together, but the corresponding actual elements are not immediately generated. Instead, they're created and reused only when list is about to scroll to the corresponding position. Very interesting. Back to the how it differs. Your code does run on 2 threads, but not all code can actually run on both of those threads. Consider the following example that adds a listener to the global event emitter. So we have the global event emitter, links get.js module, global event emitter, add listener, my happy event, triggered. When this component is rendered, you'll see a not a function error. It occurs because while the links rendering of the component on both threads, this global event emitter call cannot be executed on the main thread. So it has to be wrapped in a function call or something and passed. You can't just call this in body because that code has to run on both. It's again very similar to SSR. I bet that people who are familiar with server-side rendering patterns are going to be very well off for all of this. There are 3 key rules for background-only code. Okay, rule 1 is that code meeting any of these conditions is considered background only. So it has event handlers, effects, ref props, functions with background only directives, and modules that import background only on top. For example, all the functions with console log in the following example are considered background only. So here the use effect, that makes that background only. Function background only is tagged background only. And if the function or the file imports background only, that whole file is. This is very similar to server component stuff. Yeah, so if we want that event listener, throw it in a use effect. Again, just like server pushing, or again, just like server components. Open that for next. Where were we? Here. Background only code can be used within other background only code. That makes sense. Code that's only used by background only code is considered background only as well. So like bind tap here doesn't need to be marked because it's being called in a way that's background only, so it will behave background only unless you specify otherwise. Also be considered background because it's only called in a use effect. Yep, makes sense. Due to limitations to compiler analysis capabilities and compile time perf, there are some exceptions. Must add the background only directive. And identify handle tap as background only code, and we'll include it in the main bundle. Okay, so when we pass a prop, like an event handler here, we don't know what you're doing with your props in the custom components you're defining. So you'd have to specify this before passing it. Otherwise, it'll try to pass it on main thread as well. And when you do custom hooks, they should all be mounted as background only as well. But similar to how some code can only run there, some can only run on the main thread. Makes sense. You can mark it main thread similarly. Very interesting. I thought this was a link to the third party. Interesting. At least the following third-party libraries have significantly contributed to its functionality. Interesting. Canada Honk, have you done the research? Are they using V8 for the background thread, or are they using something else? Because they didn't specify. My assumption is they're using V8 for that. Apparently, they're just using it for some debugging stuff. Good to know. Yeah, that part doesn't need to be included, phase. Yeah. I think I have my mental model locked in here. This is really, really cool. It's early in its release and ecosystem presence, but it is not early in its implementation. This is a very legitimate solution. This is the most this is without question the strongest competition I've ever seen for React Native, and I think it's worth paying some attention to. If you're interested in mobile dev and best-in-class developer experience building high-quality mobile apps, there is stuff we can all learn from here, and I am absolutely rooting on the Lynx team to figure out how to do this as best as possible. Even if I never ship an app with it or use an app using it, they put a lot of work here to push the way we build for mobile forward, and I'm seeing the results. This is really genuinely cool. This feels like a minimal method to replicate the wins possible in React Native, but stripped down to be just those bare metal essentials. And I see so much potential for what they've built here. I'm going to have a seizure if I think too much about this message, so I'm going to pretend that wasn't sent and wrap up. Thank you guys, as always, for sticking around for this one. React Native in the mobile world is a bit chaotic. I do mean to talk about this stuff more because it is really cool. But let me know what you guys think. Are you going to try out React Links, or are you just going to stick to web dev? Or, God forbid, are you going to go spin up a Flutter app? Let me know. And until next time, please don't ship Flutter. Seriously, it's such a disaster. I can't believe they're pushing it the way they are. It's just like, do you not care about users with accessibility needs, or just ignore all of the work that's gone on in the platforms for years? Like, I just... phase for that outro, do the slow zoom in as I'm going insane. Cool. Throw that link into Notion. Yay. One is done. Let me go turn on the new models quick. Jesus Christ, that's fast. Jesus fuck. Seems like it likes to gaslight itself a lot. This is wait up here. 189 times. That's hilarious. Is 21 day 3 particularly hard? No. Why is Quen so fucking weird? Oh, Tanner's in YouTube chat? Oh shit, I missed that. I did not see him. Still going? Yep. I will stop it. That did not work. Great. Quality. God. Anyways. These models fucking... The Quen models gaslight themselves so aggressively. This will be a fun one. Oh shit, I missed the locked and coded 10 bomb. Thank you so much for the support as always, man. Always good to see you. Gamer Girl sub for a year. Thank you for being around for that long. Yeah, your fan art was really cute. Thank you again for that. You got Pixels here with the Prime for 11 months. Jesus Christ. Y'all been around for a while. Whoops, wait, what? An hour ago, 6 months. Locked and coded, starting us off strong with that 30 months of tier 3 earlier. Zach and Ao's, good to see you, Zach. Thanks for stopping by. 5 months straight now. Ronan with the 12 months straight. 26 total. Aman with the 6 months of tier 1. Thank you for that. Timon with the tier 3 for 6 months now. Thank you so much. Finally make mobile games with JS? You could before, but less bad an idea now. Script coded, subscribe with Prime. Thank you for that. Dog Paw Hat here with the 12 months straight, 32 total. Yeah, we're all old now, dog. And Leah throwing the gift over to Canada Honk. Thank you so much for giving Oliver that sub. Very well deserved. Mikhail? I'm going to call you Michael. It's easier. Thank you for the 4 months of support. You got Car here with the Prime. I think I thanked you all now. We're caught up. Good stuff. And Polymathic for the cheer. Thank you all again. Shall we hence? I feel like I want to find more resources for this one. Yeah. Let's do it. And yeah, that one is going to be a banger. I'm excited to do that later. Anyways. I'm really not allowed a vacation, am I? I swear, as soon as I started... I'm really not allowed a vacation, am I? I swear, as soon as I got on the flight to head back, I saw all of the requests coming from users about this brand new model that just dropped, QWQ. Named that way because Ubu was already taken. Okay, seriously though, this is another model from the guys over at Alibaba. The Quen model was already groundbreaking, but now they have their own reinforcement learning model. And I am very excited to dive into all this with you. Obviously, we already have it working on T3 chat, so we can play with it together. There's a lot more to dive into here, and I can't wait to do it, but someone's got to pay these inference bills. It is not going to be me. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. embracing the power of reinforcement learning. Scaling reinforcement learning has the potential to enhance model performance beyond conventional pre-training and post-training methods. Recent studies have demonstrated that RL can significantly improve the reasoning capabilities of models, like R1. Yeah, we know this. QWQ is a 32 billion model that has performance comparable to DeepSeek R1, which boasts 671 billion parameters. This is what makes this model so interesting. It is a very, very small model with 32 billion parameters, but it's comparable to something way bigger. This remarkable outcome underscores the effectiveness of reinforcement learning when applied to robust foundation models pre-trained on extensive world knowledge. Furthermore, we have integrated agent-related capabilities into the reasoning model, which enables it to think critically while utilizing tools and adapting its reasoning based on environmental feedback. These advancements not only demonstrate the transformative potential of reinforcement learning, but they also pave the way for further innovations in the pursuit of artificial general intelligence. It's open weight in Apache 2. Awesome. Still wild to me that Hugging Face is the platform for all of this stuff. It's a weird place. I've spent more time in it recently, and it's something. But how does it perform? According to them, on things like Live Code Bench and AIME, it is right next to DeepSeek R1. And a lot of these O1 got crushed by DeepSeek prior. So the performance here is pretty nuts. Also interesting to see that it's beat out the distilled llama and Quen, because those were both really good. If you're not already familiar, since DeepSeek R1 was such a massive model, they didn't just put it out as that massive, like 671 billion parameter model. They also used values that they generated from it to train smaller models to behave more like it. So the llama 70 bill and Quen 32 bill are distilled R1. They take a bunch of the answers that R1 would give to things and use it to train llama and Quen to behave more like R1 does. And the result is much better performance than you get without the distillation, but still not quite as good as R1, but it runs much better. QWQ is an interesting model because it is getting numbers comparable to R1, but it's comically easier to run because only 32 billion parameters. It's so much easier to run that companies like Grok can just kind of deploy it, and for the most part it works, whereas other models like these, like R1 specifically, it's not very easy to deploy. I've seen a lot of people try and not a whole lot succeed in meaningful ways. We were able to get QWQ up on Grok in literally minutes. And obviously that's how we are supporting it, because Grok is really, really fast. To be clear, I mean Grok with a Q, not Grok with a K. Grok with a Q makes really fast AI chips to do really fast AI inference. And before people say, oh, but I thought they support R1, they support the distilled R1s. But as we see here, those are not quite as good as R1 itself. And Quen gets a whole lot closer with QWQ. Let's see how it actually behaves. Here's a test I ran earlier, and if you didn't notice, it's still in reasoning, because it gaslit itself for a very, very long time. If you Command F for wait, it said wait 262 times. Wait, no, wait. And it's causing even an app as performant as T3 chat to lag because it's so gaslighty. For comparison's sake, here is the same exact prompt passed to the llama distilled R1. It still reasons, but it gets out of the reasoning much quicker. And now it's pretty much done solving the problem already. Yeah, that's it. It flew through that because the llama distilled R1 is a really good distillation of a really good model. It's able to get an answer to that very quick. If we go try this again on QWQ, wait, wait, over and over again. And I'm not sure this will ever resolve. So I'm going to stop now before it goes too far because it doesn't. Even a simple prompt like do a Fibonacci sequence, it had to double and triple check itself a lot. Like a lot. And if we take that same prompt, the Fibonacci sequence, and throw it at R1 llama again, the only weight here is this, but wait, if n is 0, okay, there's one more here. Let me think about the indices. But it pulls it all together. Putting it all together, the function will do these. Cool. Things approach covers all cases, and then it puts out the result. QWQ is a little more aggressive with looping. Maybe it's just Rust, though. Maybe it's bad at Rust. Let's tell it to do this in TypeScript this time instead. I almost want to rank models by how often they say wait when you ask them the same basic questions, the weight index, if you will. Weight Watchers. WAIT watchers. I like this. I'm getting somewhere with this pun. Yeah. It took 18 waits to solve this versus DeepSeek. Which took 1 wait. Open weight model. I'm sorry, I can't help myself with the puns. You guys know me. I want to be sure this isn't just the Quen deployment, or I want to be sure this isn't just the Grok deployment, though. So let's try Quen chat. I'll probably regret this. One moment. Oh, you're signing with GitHub. Okay, that's less bad then. Nope. Oh, thank you for calling out that I was muted. God damn it. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Svei, for the raid. Really appreciate you. Reading chat when I'm doing things is hard, okay? Yeah. We are currently testing QWQ model on the Quen chat official deployment. And as we see here, it's still weird. I'm going to do a fresh cut of this to make Phase's life easier. Okay. That was hilarious loading states. Okay. I'm now in the official Quen chat, so any weirdness that might be because of how Grok has it deployed will not exist here. Let's see how it behaves. First and foremost, comically slower, because again, Grok is using custom chips to make their inference stupid fast. It's really, really good. How many weights are we at so far? 4 so far. Mostly because it's so much slower. This is just an ad for Grok. I did not expect that. Again, same model, same exact model. And it got through that much faster. Still had 6 weights, but it flew through it. Cool, I finally finished. And on here there was 7. Okay, so this does not appear to be something weird that Grok is doing that causes it to gaslight itself so aggressively. It appears it just does that by default. Let's give it a harder one on their site, again, just to be sure. Also, so that I'm not billed for it looping infinitely. I don't even want to think about how many thousands of dollars we've spent on T3 chat for prompts looping aggressively for no reason. Yeah, I'm the one who has to eat that GPU cost now. It's not fun. The W in QWQ stands for wait. Yeah. We can't know how many waits occur in O3 Mini. Maybe this is why they're hiding the actual thinking for the OpenAI models, because they say wait too often and they don't want to have a bad score. Still going. If anybody else has cool demos they've seen of people using QWQ for stuff, I'd love to see it. Feel free to link those if you have them. 2.5 max is... Oh. God damn it. Leaving will interrupt the current generation and it cannot be resumed. So cute. Well, let's rerun that. Click the set as default. Real quality UI here. Count as weights for sure. I'm curious what this is built with. Svelte. Huh. Would not have guessed. If you will. Like I read 11 weights and just one so far. Wait, 2 whom's. There's another there. No, I wanted this URL. It's not letting me copy. The fucking hotkey is broken. Annoying. I want to do another Fibonacci sequence while we're waiting for that to finish gaslighting itself. Now that we're using the right model. Sorry, I thought the thinking QWQ button would put us on QWQ. My bad, not realizing it's a different model. Oh, apparently these are both the same model. People were just confused that they had a different model in the picker. I'm not paying Waffleizer any money, so no. Yeah. If you ever needed proof that using Svelte doesn't magically make your app fast, or hopefully this is that proof. Do you see how it's chugging with these re-renders right now? Shit's not that easy. Building a fast rendering streaming app. It's a fun challenge, as I've been learning. That's a pretty crazy jump for their score here to pass Flash thinking and be close to O3 Mini and Claude. Yeah, this is them. Okay. So we OSS QWQ. We put the model on Qwen 2.5 plus thinking. Based on your feedback, we made it a change and put QWQ on the model list because people were confused. Cool. Olama just taking over the replies of this is hilarious. These still going? Okay, the Fibonacci sequence one finished. with 10 weights. Step by step, cool. It solved it, but at what cost? This one appears... God, building chat app UIs is hard. Do you see that? That's a virtualized scroll container that failed. This page is slowing down Zen. That makes me feel better. That literally froze the tab entirely. It turns out updating the same element over and over again in the browser is expensive. And if you're not careful with how you do it, you're fucked. Yeah. Yeah, I hate to just keep plugging T3 chat, but our UI doesn't choke in those ways. It's kind of funny that if I want to actually show this model, I can't use their website. How about we tested CSS chops? Design a nice landing page for my service, T3 chat. Advertise how fast it is and all of the models it supports. All the models it supports. Use Tailwind and Shad CN components. Make it a single TSX file that I can copy paste into a next.js app. I have a bad feeling it's going to loop around for a while here. Oh, wait, did it not? Okay. I guess if you give it a specific enough problem, it won't gaslight itself as bad. That's good to see. I also forgot to put on the fast. We have a faster renderer for syntax highlighting, but I don't have it on in this browser because I only turned it on in Vivaldi, which is what I use more for dev work. Momentarily, this should be done, and then I can see how it behaved. Let me go install all of these ShadCN UI components while we wait. PM create next app at latest. QWQ UI test. While that's going, let's switch tabs because that's fine here. Write a command to install all of the following ShadCN components. That is not the right command. Okay, we'll hop into ShadCN installation. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I was very confused. So doesn't know how to set up ShadCN. Understandable. It's not the easiest thing. I mean, it is pretty easy. Just copy paste the command, but it's not intuitive because it's different from how you normally do things. Let's ask a competent model. Normally, I install ShadCN with commands like bash. Can you rewrite the instructions? Cool. All those installed. I'll grab these quick for the styling. Oh no, did it use Tailwind v4? Is that going to break everything? Yep, it did. That's annoying as fuck. Does ShadCN use v4 yet? I'm pretty sure it doesn't, right? Oh, it is. Cool. Here's what we'll do. Apply the following Tailwind config values using the new Tailwind v4 syntax. See how Claude does here. I have no idea if that works or not. I haven't used v4 and like ported things to it manually enough yet. But I want to see if this all comes together. We grab the code for our landing page here. Hop into page TSX, paste, save. It's not at ShadCN UI, it's at slash components, the source components, at slash source. Smart for that? No, it's not. What is this mad about? Thought that it's at, yeah, at slash source. That should work. TypeScript version, workspace. Is it because they're not all, yeah, they all have to be imported separately. That's so annoying. Change these imports to import each component individually. Fixed. Cool. Let's see how this all works. Avatar. See, that's enough to shut it up. It is. And it looks awful. That was a lot of work for something that looks absolutely garbage. For a one shot, it's not that bad. Okay, I will fight you on that. Throwing this at Sonnet. First off, it got all of these correct. It looks better than the Quen homepage, says chat. Honestly, not wrong. God, I hate that sidebar. Ugh. How'd this do? Almost done. Just realized all of the tokens this is generating is a very expensive thing. Cool. We'll copy paste this. Go back. Need to do a shadcn add. PNPM DLX shadcn latest add badge. PNPM run dev. Just for a feel, an idea. Hopefully this helps emphasize how much less rough things are. Yeah. It even added like the typewriter effect and shit. Like, there's a reason that... That's hilarious. There's a reason everybody is so fond of Claude, and it's not just the vibes. I want to figure out why the layout's a little fucky. See if that's like layout TSX doing some shit. No? Okay, this is just a placeholder. Well, we can ask the same model here. There are some layout bugs. One, the centering of the page is off. Two, the pills are overlapping the logo text. Let me make minor adjustments to fix the centering and pill positioning. Let's see if that looks any better. It doesn't. I have no idea. Flex min height screen, flex column, full width. Let's undo whatever it just did. It's still a good starting point, but as per usual, these things, you got to do a lot of the work yourself to get it just right. Honestly, you should probably stick to tools like V0 and Lovable and those when you want to like mock out a UI directly. But it's a good test of the model to see how well it tries to solve the problem when you give it to it. And the gap here of quality between that and if I just Command Z back to where we were, it's pretty hilarious. Yeah. I'm just amused. What else can we test this with? Because like I see these benchmarks, but all I see when I test it is it gaslighting itself. Does it need more like context on the problem? Like, do I need to copy paste the actual content here? Solve the following advent of code problem using Python. Keep the solution as simple as possible. And once again, I will copy paste this into a different model just to see how it behaves. We'll try Lambda distilled. And it's done. Look at that. Nice, simple solution. This is still reasoning. Jesus Christ. What's the weight count at? 158. And the counts at 42. Jesus. Did it break out of the thinking here and just loop infinitely? That's funny if it did. Yeah. Wait, the correct, and then it breaks out of thinking. To solve the problem, we need to parse corrupted strings. Approach, solution, explanation. It looped here. Approach effectively, human. Your code is incorrect. There's a small mistake in the regex pattern. The correct blank. Okay, I need. This is insanity. This is a good model? I'm sorry, I'm just confused. I'll submit this on their site again just to make sure it's not something we're doing wrong, but like, what? Sadly, that's consistent with the weirdness I've been seeing with it so far. And again, DeepSeek R1 one-shotted it, and the solution's supposed to be this simple. Does anyone else have other things this model supposedly does well? Like examples of people, like when R1 came out, there were so many examples of, wow, we just turned on R1 for our thing, and it's so much better at solving these types of problems with examples. Does anyone have examples of Qwen32B doing that well? The UI is starting to lag again because the body's gotten too big. God, I have so many emails to reply to after stream today. It's insane. Phase, chop this down. Okay. So after far too much time, we're talking like 10-ish minutes, it appears to have finally maybe solved it. Yeah, this is the same. Is it the exact same code? It is. That is hilarious. So my weight counter took 61 weights, 10 versus R1. And not even full R1. This is llama distilled. Doing it with 34 weights and one So double the weight count and 13x the count. Overall, bit over double the amount of gaslighting itself. I do love that the output doesn't justify itself or anything. It just gives you the code in the end. Whereas with other reasoning models, they say what they reasoned about. Here's the approach that we decided on. Here is the solution code that we output. Here's the explanation for what it does. 32B is just hands you the code. Very interesting. I'll ask once more, does anyone have cool examples using this that I can take a look at? Apparently their OCR is good, but this doesn't have OCR. It specifically says I can't upload images or okay, this video gen. Can you attach them? Let's take one of the right answers and make it wrong and ask it. Python. Here. What is wrong with this code? And it's QWQ still. I don't know if that's going to think, though, because, yeah, not image capable. So nothing that released to... What? Which one is? Okay. So it's just wrong for most of that, but at least it figured out the one actual error. God, I was excited for this model, and I am getting less excited the more I dig in. I hate this little reach up to badge. I get this on fucking everything. They're spamming the promo things. They want to make more money, and it's annoying as fuck. Oh shit, that's John. Good to see you, man. Trying to get LLMs to generate code that finds all multiplicative partitions of positive integers. I haven't gotten one to succeed yet. It could be a fun one, yeah. I need more good test prompts. Usually I just do advent of code, and usually it's a decent enough example, but it is struggling a lot with these. Yeah, I'm confused. I would like for people who have actually seen this model do cool things to share, but I feel like we're in the peak models as a benchmark era, not models as actual quality like improvements. Oh boy, I hadn't thought of the strawberry test. If we're counting things, you should be counting the letter R. Let's give it a fun challenge. How many R's in strawberry? Oh shit. Look at that. Not quite as good as Claude's answer. Claude's answer, which is taking way too long for the website to load. Wait, what? What? It's supposed to be good at this, I thought. God, I hate AI. I hate AI so much. It got 2, then 3. Give me one sec. Guys, it's like, what? How does it? First off, the recents is just entirely broken now. I don't know what they did there. But recent chats doesn't have my recent chats in it. It just has all of my chats in it. The homepage shows these, right? The sidebar does not. My video about how broken their UI isn't even out yet. But I asked counting R's twice. One time I got 2. The other time I got 3. Previously, it would spit out code. They like had hard coded this as a special pass, and I thought that was cool. But now it's just back to being broken, and so is the UI, so I can't even switch to those. Like, this is just a bunch of random threads from forever ago. Did they fuck up their date parsing, or did this query get screwed up or something? I'm just fucking so confused. It's actually impressive how broken and bad Claude's whole everything is. Their models are good. But, like, what? Just refresh? I refreshed multiple times, bro. Command-Shift-R and everything. Nothing. Maybe if I switch over to a browser that's not Firefox-based, their date stuff will work better. Nope. Same exact issue. Tell me how I'm screwing up by not refreshing again. I dare you. There are math.floor, math.random times 4 R's in the word strawberry. I don't believe Claude made the Claude UI because Claude isn't that bad at making UI. I'm just impressed, okay? And by impressed, I mean depressed. Like, why is T3 Chat the only good AI chat UI? Okay, it's really good at counting the number of letters in words. Yeah, this is one of those model drops that's main impact is it's made me significantly more skeptical of benchmarks and not much else. I don't think I'll be using this for anything. Obviously, we're offering it in T3 chat now if you want to go try it out yourself. All pro tier users now have access. If you want to see if it's better at counting the letters in your weird words, awesome. But if you want to use it for other things, I don't think I would recommend it. Yeah, this is an interesting release. I think Quen's strongest use case is still being distilled by other smarter models to get it to gaslight itself less. But for now, yeah, I'm skeptical. I don't think I would recommend this model in its current state to a whole lot of people. Let me know in the comments if I'm entirely off base here, if you have some really compelling examples of it being super smart. Check on the Quen chat platform. Should work great. I'm going to go insane. Yeah. Now I see why my connects were asking me how I felt about this model. Because once you use it, the only way to feel seems to be weird. Because this is bad. Someone else got a loop when they asked it for this. Jesus. Yeah, I'm going to hold strong for the UWU model because QWQ is rough. Let me know what you guys think. Are you tired of all the model hype? Is this exciting? Otherwise, did I totally miss the mark here? Let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I kind of want to film a new intro for this one. I swear, every time I try to take a break, all of a sudden everything goes crazy. There's yet another new open source reasoning model, and this one is very interesting. Remember those Alibaba guys that made the Quen model that everything was being trained on top of? They just dropped something new. A very interesting reinforcement learning reasoning model. It's fully open, its benchmarks are nuts, and I don't think it's actually that good. There's a lot going on with this release. I just filmed a whole video about it and was, to put it lightly, surprised at how it performs from the good, the bad, the funny, and the ugly. There's a lot to see here. Definitely stay tuned, but someone's got to pay these bills, and someone's got to pay the bills for all this inference, and it's not going to be me. So let's get a quick word from today's sponsor before we dive in. Cool. I'm happy with the new outro, or the new intro. When thinking is done. I kind of want to jump straight into this one. I've already checked out R10. Checked it out before most of y'all knew what it was because I was reading DeepSeek stuff in December. Open control. Key tools. Seems interesting, but the hard part is building the providers for everyone. So if they're not doing that part for me, that's enough obnoxious work that I'd rather just use the AI SDK. I do like the idea of a more minimal solution. I want to find... Did he delete it? He might have. Holy shit, I think he did. Theo. Fuck. There's no way it's archived. Yeah, just a random tweet. Fuck. I might be able to find the screenshot on my phone. Let me see. Why the fuck is my phone playing sound randomly? Not selecting things. Come on, Apple. Okay, I found it. How why can't I fucking airdrop it to my computer? Oh, it's like Bluetooth off. That's annoying as balls. Turn that back on. Power book. Cool. I will ask you to censor the name phase or Photoshop it to be like some dev YouTuber. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this one. Marker. Stop complaining about updates. Cool. Let's get straight to it. I'm getting really frustrated with just about everything in the front-end world. The React router situation is a mess. Now I go to spin up a project with Tailwind, and Tailwind config is no longer a thing. I honestly just feel like the creators of these frameworks are trolling us. Just leave things alone. It makes it so hard to teach this stuff when after 18 days, your tutorials and courses are outdated. This is going to be a long one, isn't it? If you're not already familiar, it's going to be a long one, isn't it? As you guys can probably guess, I have opinions, and they are not that similar to the opinions of the comment that was just stated. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that comment is irresponsible and does meaningful damage to the open source community. It's important that I think it's really important to recognize the hard work that framework authors and tooling author and maintainer. I think it's incredibly important that we are, how do I want to put this point? There's a reason that these authors and maintainers of these tools became as successful as they are. And it's not because they mislead us and send us down the wrong paths all the time. And I just genuinely don't like this vibe where we're going after them for trying to keep the tools moving forward and setting higher bars for experience as developers. I have a lot to say about this one, and we'll get to it in just a second. But sadly, opinions don't pay the bills, sponsors do. So we'll hear from them really quick, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Let me find... When I saw this take, I immediately replied. I'm far from the only one who did. We'll go through some of the other replies in a minute. My semi-sarcastic reply was, we should stop improving technology so it's marginally easier for tutorial makers to continue selling old content. I then followed up with a more reasonable one. The two things he was complaining about were Tailwind and React Router's recent upgrades, which is particularly insane for details we'll get into momentarily. Tailwind config is optional now. It still works with one, though. You can still use the old Tailwind config, even if you don't want to take advantage of the Tailwind v4 benefits. Those benefits are very real, though. As you might have seen in my other videos about Tailwind v4, it's a very, very good change because it's moving away from things that are more Tailwind specific and config files that are TypeScript specific. Now all of Tailwind's configuration lives inside of your CSS directly. That's a massive win. That's one less thing that is specific to the set of tools. And if our goal is to make things more maintainable over time, our goal should be to have less specific to your tools things and patterns as possible, because it makes changes in the future significantly easier to do, and it makes the surface area of maintenance meaningfully smaller. If we want these code bases and these tools and patterns to be as maintainable as possible, the solution isn't to never change them. The solution is to continue working towards a future where less of them are necessary in the first place. And in the balls it took for the Tailwind team to scrap so much stuff that they realized was unnecessary is a huge thing. And it's an achievement, an accomplishment we should be proud of. At the same time, if you don't want to dive in on that immediately, Tailwind or NPX, or at the same time, if you don't want to dive in on these new things, there's no shame in npm install Tailwind at 3. You can use the old version. It's fine. But I doubt you'll actually need to a lot of the time. With Tailwind, you might, because you're probably using something like ShadCN that expects to use Tailwind v3, but creators like Shad can put in the work to improve it, and then you get a really happy migration path for yourself. And God, the React Router comments were particularly egregious. Let me find Ryan's statements on it, because I think he handled this well. Sincere question, what's the React Router thing? Because v7 didn't change anything about v6 usage. You can literally upgrade and it still works exactly the same as it used to. I fully agree here. In fact, I'm using the v4 syntax in v7 right now with T3 chat, and it's totally fine. The only thing that changed is the React Router DOM package is gone. You just import directly from React Router, how it probably always should have been. Again, the maintenance is becoming simpler because the changes these frameworks are making is removing these unnecessary framework-specific details that honestly shouldn't be the core of your tutorials anyways. It's annoying, especially complaining about this specific set of tools, because the React ecosystem has been really good about not breaking changes. It's particularly absurd that he picked this set of tools because the React ecosystem historically doesn't make a lot of heavily breaking changes. Most of the code bases I've ever worked in could seamlessly upgrade from React 16 to 17 to 18 to 19. Every app I've built recently is totally functional in React 19 because it's fully backwards compatible. You're getting awesome new APIs, awesome new solutions to problems, but you don't have to adopt them. You don't have to use these new things. I really started getting frustrated with this around the Next.js 13 era, where everybody treated Next 13, or was it Next 12? I forgot which release it was, but people treated App Router as the new Next version and were not upgrading the Next version because they didn't want to use the new router. You can use Pages Router in the most recent version of Next. Next 15.2 works totally fine with the old router. You don't have to use the new patterns because you upgrade. And FUD being spread by people like the original poster here is why there are so many apps that are on really old, outdated versions of their packages because they're scared the upgrade's going to be so terrible. It's not. It's really not. And I would go as far as to say it's irresponsible of educators like the person who posted this originally to spread the fear, uncertainty, and doubt that they're spreading. As I said at the bottom here, it's such a non-issue. The only victim here are people who make tutorials and educational materials that don't want to put the effort into updating them or making them in a way that is like able to handle these things. God. V7 still works nearly identically to the V6 beta release from 4 years ago. How many decades do we have to wait before we can try something new? Don't break the API. Okay, you can keep installing the old version. In our case, we've kept up with bug fixes and React compatibility releases for our old major versions. You can literally keep using the previous API. Yep, with React Router and also with Tailwind, there is no need to upgrade. You don't have to be on the latest version. You're not missing out. I mean, you are missing out on the new APIs, but apparently you're allergic to those anyways. And as Ryan says, the API from V6 and hell, the API from V4 still works fine. I was bitching here. Ryan had some really funny things about this. I want to find his HTMX comment here. The hate OS deep state has been hiding the truth. 8 years ago, intercooler V1, React Router V4. 4 years ago, HTMX V1, aka intercooler V2, React Router V6. Because V5 was a technicality with they screwed up with a push. I've done this so many times. So only one major version bump every 4 years. And over the last few months, HTMX V2 and React Router V7. HTMX and React Router are roughly on the same release schedules, which is why it's funny that people are saying that they're switching to HTMX because they're tired of their tools changing, despite the fact that their tool has changed at the exact same frequency as the thing being bitched about. It turns out when you're actually in the ecosystem using the thing, you're more aware of changes than when you're not. And the grass is always greener on the side you're not shipping with. These complaints just annoy me so much. If React was constantly upgrading in a way that broke your existing React apps, there'd be a reason to complain. I'm scared that if that ever does happen, the React team won't respond because we just bitch about everything. And it frustrates me that we consistently sit here and complain about open source maintainers working really hard to keep improving the tools, technologies, and paradigms that we work with every day. Because a few educators are too lazy to update their fucking tutorials. Are you kidding? This reminds me of the Ryan Carniato tweet about people who focus on the 10% that React is wrong with instead of the 90% that it was right with. Absolutely agree. It's so frustrating that we can't talk about, it's so frustrating that the norm is talking about the bad to the point where we are pretending the good parts are bad as well. Like, what? There's a lot of things that React in this ecosystem are doing incredibly well. One of those is moving further and further towards web standards. Not having custom configs, instead using CSS, is a step towards web standard compatibility. React Router moving more of its data loading stuff and more of its handling of things into the URL bar and the actual request loading is huge because there's less React state management and more data loading using web standards and just JavaScript request loads. Like, these are big wins that make our code bases easier to maintain, more standard, and over time, better. It's just insane to me. The closest I can do to steel manning this is going to the React Router docs and looking at how the new routing works and seeing like, oh, the file-based routing is quite different from what I did before. Now, when you click the routing tab on the docs with the latest version, routing points at a file. Oh no, that's so much worse. That's so different. Well, guess what? Let me find actual T3 chat code. Here is my actual code from T3 chat for our handling of different routes. This is using React Router. You know it's not using V6 because it's importing from React Router instead of React Router DOM. Oh man, what a massive change. Command-Shift-F across your code base and you're done. But if we scroll down here, oh, that's not using file-based routes. That looks just like React Router did back in the V2 days. Because it is. Because you can still use it. Nothing changed. I can command click my latest chat helper and go to this component that behaves exactly the same as it did before. You can use the new routing stuff, and the only, again, to try and steal, man, the frustration would be if you just put out a tutorial doing things the old way because you refuse to check beta versions of what's going on in the ecosystem. Some of your users will be a bit confused when they go through the tutorial and they go check React Router's docs, and the default routing page doesn't look like the route modules page, or you might have to scroll a bit further for the old syntax. Do they have the route component in here? Route component. Oh, they have the upgrading from V6 page, and I'm assuming in here, yeah, route path dashboard, subroute star. So if you want to do subroutes a specific way, they have a guide here. But again, this is a guide on how to go from V6 to V7. So if you want to start using the new V7 stuff, here's a guide on how to do it. It's not that hard. Update your relative links, update to use start transition. And what's funny here is a lot of the things here are removing hacks. Relative links were kind of a hack where it had to know where things were. If you're going to use it, you should indicate it in the syntax somehow. Now it's indicated in the syntax. That's a good thing. I think you should always do absolute URLs, not relative ones for links, but at least it's now explicit when you're doing some weird shit. Most of this is like obscure internal APIs that you're almost certainly not using. Oh, you don't have to wrap JSON and defer anymore, but they're not removed. They're deprecated. So you still can wrap with them and it's totally fine. Okay, I was wrong. The route components are still in the main routing page. You can use components that match the URL elements to anywhere in the component tree. Yeah. There you go. And I'm the guy who shits on React Router, to be clear. I've had a lot of negative things to say about like weird terminology and naming and things they've done here. Their maintenance of the project was so good that I did a whole video about how impressed I was with it. They have been pushing the React ecosystem forward without hurting their existing users in parallel. It's really rare and really well done. And the fact that a team that's working as hard as the React Router guys do to make something better, something more standard, while at the same time not leaving any users behind, is an achievement that we should be holding up in open source, not a thing that a washed up YouTuber should be bitching about. And it's so frustrating to me that we're at this point, that the open source community is working so hard to move towards standards and more maintainable practices, and they're getting the same shit they did before for building their own solutions when the standards weren't good enough. It really just feels like the old man yells meme, but like the diagram out the problem here. React exists. And then now that React exists, people are mad like, oh, wow, that doesn't do enough. The syntax is terrible. This is the reaction people have. So, ecosystem builds React specific solutions. The next response is the totally sane. Really? A bunch of React specific packages? Gross. Use standards. Browsers. Improve standards. Minus Firefox. Wow. You're really just a Chrome shell? I bet Google pays you so much money to lie to people like this. All real devs use Firefox, bro. Ecosystem moves towards using the standards. Y'all can't help yourselves, huh? Just keep changing everything all the time. This is why nobody takes front end seriously. I'm going back to HTMX. If you ever wonder why the React team and all of these open source maintainers have stopped paying attention to the shit they get, it's this. Basically, no matter what you do, no matter how well you listen, no matter how hard you work to improve the tools and the ecosystem that we build in every day, the response is going to be a bunch of ungrateful, clueless assholes bitching because they had to Google search something. It's incredibly frustrating. And because these open source maintainers are too kind of people to call out all the assholes doing this, I'm going to do my job, which is call out all the assholes doing this. The person who made that original post, thankfully, was ashamed enough that they deleted it. But we need to not blindly support those sentiments. The number of people I saw quoting that post and sharing it like, yeah, see, the open source ecosystem is trash. Front-end devs are so stupid for thinking all of this is good. Why? Everyone I saw sharing that doesn't build real apps. They don't actually ship any of the things they're bitching about. It sucks to see people who should know better creating a pile-on devs that are doing their best to make the ecosystem better. I would need to better understand the problem they have to give them advice on where to point their bitching at, but they'd have to first explain the problem they have. Maybe the issue they have is that the browsers have new standards and they don't like that the browsers made improvements that they now have to deal with, and now the ecosystem's trying to take advantage of them. Maybe their frustration is npm, because when you npm install something, it installs the latest version. I don't know, because none of these people can actually articulate a meaningful fucking thought about their problem. They just complain all day. My general rule when I have a spicy take is one hard line I always draw. What information would change your mind? To give an example, we'll talk about one of my favorite things to bitch about. Flutter. I think Flutter is a tragedy of software design. I think it is genuinely an embarrassment that we should all feel bad about as developers for allowing to exist. I could have my mind changed on this, though. I have one simple, single test that will force me to walk back my entire stance on Flutter. One thing. Show me a single good Flutter app. If you show me an app that I can install on my iPhone right now that is actually really good, I will instantaneously stop shitting on Flutter. Somebody found one that was better than I expected. And for that, I invested a lot of money into his company that has since fucking shut down. So I've literally lost $10,000 to this in that one app that none of y'all know. It's called Wonder something. Let me find it. It's Wondrous. It was built by a bunch of Flutter engineers, and the animations look really nice. That's about it, though. It still has plenty of bugs. It took 20 Google employees a month to make a museum app that shows some information about some buildings. And it's pretty. But it's the only good Flutter app I've seen. And it took hundreds of people sharing hundreds of apps, all of which I installed, all of which were terrible. But that's why I have the stance, because I haven't seen good software built with it. And the moment someone can show me an actually good app that is something people use regularly, that I can install on my iPhone and use and not hate, I will stop shitting on Flutter immediately. But until that happens, it will be my thing to point out and laugh at, because it shouldn't exist and the developers who use it should feel bad. I would have to ask anybody who says these stupid things, what would change your mind? So we'll call the developer who made the post trad. To trad, what would convince you that the major version bumps here are actually reasonable? What piece of information would be capable of changing your mind on this? Would it be that the version bump doesn't actually change anything in existing code? Would it be that this is actually better for the ecosystem overall? Would it be that they interviewed a bunch of users and they agreed this was the right call? Or would it not exist? Can you present a thing that would change your mind about your stupid take? I would be incredibly surprised if the person who made that post could articulate a counter that would result in them changing their mind. As such, I find them impossible to engage with, so instead I'll do what I'm doing now, make fun of them for having a bad fucking take. It is so frustrating. I am so tired of people who don't work in these tools every day, that at best make tutorials and at worst make videos complaining about them, that don't actually ship these tools, bitching about real improvements that will help the tools be easier to adopt, maintain, and understand, while not breaking existing code bases. We should be holding these open source maintainers up high. The thought of going after the Tailwind guys or the React Router team for working so hard to improve the ecosystem, it just disgusts me. And the thought that someone could do that and the response is support and not concern is unbelievable. At Pocock UK. I want to find his. I want to end this on a less spicy version from a person who is certainly not known for being spicy. I think Matt Pocock's takes on this were really, really good. Educators who don't update their courses do more damage than library authors who update their libraries. That's not really the point. Yes, educators should update their courses, but at what frequency should they be expected to do this? I'm confused by this argument. Are you saying that library authors shouldn't update their libraries for fear of inconveniencing people selling courses? No, I'm asking how frequently you feel you should have to update them. Brad feels that it's happening too frequently, and you seem to think it's fine. That's the game we're in. That's the terrain. Don't moan about it. Get on with it. Yep. I've been loving Spicy Matt. I'm not going to lie. It's rare when it comes out, but man, when it does, it's great. Like, yeah, it's sad to see this happening. I see this in a lot of spaces. I see this especially on YouTube, where if you get in your head a certain way of doing things and it changes, it's very easy to complain about the change instead of adapt to it. If you haven't noted, or if you've been around YouTube for long enough, you might remember some of your favorite YouTubers from when it started 15 plus years ago now. God, it's been a while. None of those YouTubers are relevant now, because the things that made them relevant then have been changed on the platform. And as the expectations of viewers have increased, and as the needs of the platform have grown and the bar has been risen as high as it is today, those YouTubers will not find any success because the bar is higher. Some of them will work really hard to meet the new bar. Most won't. Most will actually do the opposite. They'll complain that the algorithm's gone to shit and YouTube hates them now. They're shadow banning their channel. It used to be so good and now it's terrible. No. People's expectations improved. You can't be mad that things are moving ahead. You can claim that this is hurting people, but I would hope you can demonstrate how before you complain as aggressively as you have. I just wish the old heads would get out of the way if they feel like they're falling out of date. Like, credit to those who do keep up, by the way. There are people who have been around for a lot longer than me that are still pushing really hard forward. Like, Jack Harrington is a phenomenal example here, where now that we moved away from Create React App, Jack is working really hard to build the missing pieces so that people can move to new tools like TanStack Router and TanStack Start. Yeah. Create TS Router app is a fantastic example of taking advantage of things improving over time. And I think creators like Jack should be held up here as golden examples of how to keep moving forward, helping others not fall behind while taking advantage of the new, better tools that let us write simpler, more maintainable code. Tech lead also moved forward. God damn it. I think I've made my point here. It's not a bad thing that tools are improving. It's actually awesome that they found ways to do this without breaking all of our old stuff. It's awesome that I can go npm install the latest version of these big packages and be fine. And I wish our response to that wasn't, wow, you're changing versions all the time? How dare you change the major version after 5 years while also supporting the version that I've been on for 10 years? Yeah. If you really want to see how this bad, or if you really want to experience how bad this can be, go take an AngularJS app and try upgrading it. I dare you. We've made so many improvements here. It's so much easier to maintain things now. And it's just frustrating to see people who know better complaining about things that they're not using. And the only way I see them possibly having the perspectives they have is if they're too busy chilling to update their old courses and they haven't shipped anything that benefits from this new stuff. That's all I got to say on this one. Let me know how I'm wrong. I'm sure you guys are going to hate this one. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. We talked about that in the other video about links. TikTok has not only moved off of Flutter, they built their own React Native-like framework because Flutter was such a shit show. So yeah, TikTok is not an example of using Flutter. And anybody who is trying to cite TikTok as an example of proof Flutter is good has done a phenomenal job of showcasing how shitty it is. Because, yeah. Half the apps in the Flutter showcase aren't using Flutter anymore. Fun fact. I've never heard of this in my life. No idea. Half these apps don't exist on iOS anymore. The YouTube Create app is so bad and cringe, it's hilarious. Oh God, building a next... Are they going to nuke my TV with Flutter? Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck is Wolt? No idea. European Uber Eats. Okay. Again, an app I can install on my iPhone and use as my bar. And none of these are things I can install because they're all different fucking regions. Cool. That isn't there. I'll drop my airdropped image here. This is the most up-to-date version. Cool. What's this one again? I want to formulate a better take on that one. I do want to do it at some point. Thought I might be able to do. We gotta do tan stack form though. Crutch Corn, you here? Good. I want to find the old React hook form tweet they did. They had posted a while back something like, we're excited for someone to make something better in the future. That's a good one. I thought there was a different one. Why can't I find it? No one else is helping. That's fine. I'll just go with that one. It's from over 2 years ago. Yeah, we can go with this. It's fine. It was an obscure one. Some point a while back, they said that like they were surprised that nobody's made something better and that they're rooting on anybody who can like make them outdated effectively. And I can't find it. That the one there is good enough at showing that sentiment because they're just the guys who run React Hook Form are awesome. And I want to make sure we pay proper tribute. TanStack Form. Of course, he's using copywritten music, so I can't play the video. This is a release I've been waiting for a very, very long time. It might sound silly that I'm retake. This is a release I've been waiting for a very, very long time. It might sound silly that I'm as excited as I am about a form library, but this is an exciting form library, okay? Doing forms has never been particularly easy, especially in tools like React. And as great as things like React Hook Form are, they're not modern, is the best I can put it. There have been a lot of improvements in everything from there have been so many improvements in everything from client server-side behaviors to type safety to validation that React Hook Form has kept up with. But in their own words, it's been getting old for almost 4 years now. And this is a tweet from over 2 years ago. The React Hook Form guys built something incredible, and I will forever be thankful for them and their shepherding of the ecosystem. But I'm also really fond of Tanner, as well as Crutchcorn, who's been helping lead a lot of these efforts. And after 2 years, TanStack Form V1 is finally here and ready to go. Make sure that is muted before we play. Good use of stock footage. I'm going to redo how we're going to cut around this. It's a little AI slop. How do I want to use the video? I'm just going to not use the video. Here's how we're going to do the cut. I want to play the video that Tanner made, but it has copywritten music, which means I might get sued, and those bills are expensive, so we need to figure out how to pay those. As always, best bets, probably going to be a sponsor spot, so we'll be right back. Cool. Sorry about that. Anyways, while you were gone, I watched this, and as much as I love Tanner, we don't need the AI slop stock footage that was used here. So we'll just read the launch stuff. TanStack Form, headless, performant, and type-safe form state management for TypeScript and JavaScript, but also for frameworks like React, Vue, Angular Solid, and Lit. Stop crying over your forms with a return to simplicity, composability, and type safety with TanStack Form. Sporting a tiny footprint, zero depths, framework-agnostic core, and a granular type-safe API, TanStack Form is the perfect combination of simplicity and power that you need to build forms fast with peace of mind. Super excited about this. Specifically, the idea that this is the first form library that's really happened in the deep TypeScript era. The first TypeScript era was having a types file in definitely typed. Second TypeScript era was embedding those types natively into your package so that you could use them to maintain things better. And then the final era, where we're on, I shouldn't say final, the era we're in right now is using inference and validation heavily to make type safety go beyond the function you're calling. Apparently there's a blog post. Oh, here. Cool. Bit of history. It was nearly 2 years ago when I saw Tanner's Blue Sky post that he was working on a new project, TanStack Form. God, it's crazy. This was almost 2 years ago now. Very seriously, and fun history lesson here. Corbin was actually working on his own form management library, Houseform, and joined almost immediately to help Tanner instead, and then became one of the lead contributors to TanStack Form and largely led the efforts. At the time, Corbin had Houseform and was immediately enamored, fortunate enough to attend a hackathon that Tanner was also going to soon after. That was the Clerk Office hackathon. That was a really fun opportunity to dive in and see them hacking. And they got some time to work on integrating some APIs from Houseform into the project. Since that time, Tanner's handed much of the reins of Form over to him and a wonderful group of additional maintainers. So what have they built? Features. One of the advantages of being in the oven for so long is that TanStack Form launches with a flurry of features that you can leverage day one. Here's a few. Type safety. Const form equals use form, default values, name, empty string, age 0. Now you can render form.field with name, first name, and it will tell you that's not a valid field. Form.field name is name, children is field number input. TypeScript will correctly tell you that name is a string, not a number. So this will error as well. Form field, name, age, validators. You can even add a validator on the form field itself. So here we're going to make a change where it returns too young true on change if the value is less than 12. And now we have the number input. And TypeScript will correctly tell you that error map on change is an object, not a string. And here it will let you populate those errors. That's really cool. It's cool that this is field-based, separate from form validation. So this lets you embed something in the UI here while separately tracking the form validation. So here we have the user schema, has age, which is a number that's greater than or equal to 13, has a custom error, all using Zod. By the way, it works with all of the standard schema supplied, or by the way, it works with all the standard schema compliant, like schema validation libraries, which is Zod, Valibot, and Archetype, and theoretically more in the future. I think the effect type thing will work here as well. We have use form, default value, validators, on change, user schema, form.field, name, age, children. That's it. There's even async validation. So we can handle this with an abort signal based cancellation, a validator, on blur async. And here, const current age is we fetch the current age on profile with the signal. And the signal is passed here so we can cancel and debounce during that. That's really nice to have that built in, so I don't have to do a bunch of work to pass a signal to do abort. It just has it baked in. Not only do we support multiple frameworks, as we mentioned from the start, we support multiple runtimes as well. Whether you're using React Native, NativeScript, or even SSR solutions, Whether you're using React Native, NativeScript, or even SSR stuff like Next and TanStack Start, we have you covered. This is uncontrolled, right? Just to be 100% sure, Crutchcorn, that this in React Native isn't going to be a controlled input field. It is controlled. Someday. There is no good uncontrolled solution. Controlled is better for most things. It is much worse for React Native in particular. React Native controlled inputs are rough. I need to read the philosophy post. Where is that? Thank you. I love when posts like this exist. They're so helpful in understanding the intent of the authors. This is a philosophy post on the TanStack forum docs. These pages are great. I would have been so much worse about StyleX. Did I get the URL right now? StyleXJS.com. Cool. I would have been so much dumber talking about StyleX if it wasn't for the Thinking in StyleX page that described why this project exists. This rewired my brain meaningfully. And I'm excited to see the philosophy page here. Every well-established project should have a philosophy that guides its dev. With a core or without a core philosophy, development can languish in endless decision-making and have weaker APIs as a result. This document outlines the core principles that drive the development and feature set of TanStack Forum. Upgrading unified APIs. APIs come with trade-offs. As a result, it can be tempting to make each set of trade-offs available to the user through different APIs. However, this can lead to a fragmented API that is harder to learn and use. While this may mean a higher learning curve, it means that you don't have to question which API to use internally or have higher cognitive overhead when switching between them. Fair. Let me think on this. Yeah, I think I agree, but you have to be careful because if you're not, this is also how you end up with the use effect problem. Where use effect has two explicit arguments where you have the function you pass it and the array. If you don't pass the array, it behaves entirely differently in a way I would argue almost no one ever actually wants. But there's a third implicit argument where if you return a function in here, you can console.log cleanup, and this gets run when this gets cleaned up. Well, it won't because I forgot to put an empty array here because an empty array behaves entirely differently than opting out of the argument. This is an API that works for a lot of different things. In its current state, this is being used as an on mount. So console log on mount, and then here it's unmount. This is useful, but if we put a value here, it behaves entirely differently. If we don't put an array here, it behaves entirely differently. This is one API that does too many things. So unified APIs can be good. Yes, the learning curve is higher, but you also have to be careful to not stuff one API with too many behaviors because then it becomes more and more confusing to maintain. Crutchcorn's in here. They don't mean this in the way that we only have one API for everything, rather that they have one set of APIs rather than two entirely different. Like React Hook Form has register and controller, which are entirely different. That is a fair point. It's a tough line to walk, and thus far, it seems like you guys walked it very well here. I just wanted to call out that it's a thing you have to be careful with. You can't just stuff everything into one API and expect it to work. Use effect probably should have been 3 APIs. Back to the philosophy, there's a lot of good here. Forms need flexibility. TanStack Form is designed to be flexible and customizable. While many forms may conform to similar patterns, there are always exceptions, especially when forms are a core component of your application. Yes, I'll never understand people who were convinced Formic was the end-all be-all solution. That was sketchy, but sure. Formic was very much the provider of the components that you used. And if your stuff didn't fit their way of doing it, good luck, have fun. I also like the call out of without the tiers, because stop crying over your forms. It's interesting that we all cry with forms because they are rough. Yeah. Formic was not the right abstraction, and there's a reason that its creator is deep in AI land now. Formic was not meant to survive. I don't even think he recommends it anymore. Yeah. We need flexible forms, and I'm thankful they went this route. As a result, TanStack Forms supports multiple methods for validation. You can do timing customizations, where you can validate on blur, change, submit, or even on mount. Validation strategies, where you can validate on individual fields, the entire form, or a subset of fields. Custom validation logic, where you can write your own validation using libraries like Zod or Valibot. Custom error messaging, obviously. And async validation. So if you want to do some asynchronous stuff like debouncing or handling it on a server or running something that's complex enough that it needs async behaviors, having all of that with one API is actually really, really cool. Controlled is cool. Okay. I agree. If you can do controlled, it's good. But in React Native, controlled inputs are rough. They do call it React Native here specifically because you don't have to worry about the lack of a DOM because you're not reading from a DOM elements ref, which is how you do uncontrolled inputs. I should probably show what I mean by controlled versus uncontrolled. T3 chat, save me. Write me 2 examples of a basic React form, one using controlled inputs and the other using uncontrolled inputs. Cool. Make it simpler. Only have one field and keep it and store it as a string in state for the first example. Cool. Nice. So, quick overview on control versus uncontrolled. Thank you, T3 Chat, for generating this. This is a controlled example. This form has its state, name, set name, all as a use state empty string. Handle change sets name to be the target value. And then we have on the input here, on change is bound to handle change. So whenever a change occurs, its value will be stored in the state and its value is set to name, which means on every key press, input is triggering this function, which updates React, thereby updating the content of this field in the form. So it's controlled because React is controlling what the input has in it. The form, so to speak, has its behavior and its values owned by React separately. This is nice because you never have to worry about the state between these two things falling out of sync, and it's also the simple, obvious way to do it. The key here to recognize is the submit function, where here submit just uses whatever value exists in React. Let's compare this to an uncontrolled form. Notice that we're missing a function here. We don't have an on change because on submit, we're not going to take the value from React. The value is just what exists in the browser. So we pass default empty string. We don't pass a value or an update function to input here because we're not controlling input. Input is an uncontrolled field. When you submit this form, we traverse it to find this field because we gave it a ref, name ref, for this input. So when we are actually submitting, we grab the value that currently resides on this and then use it. The benefit here is that we don't have to let React do things to update the value on the screen. The negative is we can't do things like validation until specific things are triggered, and we have to write those triggers ourselves separately. That lack of control, so to speak, makes it harder to build a good experience, but it also means you're less likely to accidentally cause the sticky keys problem where you're typing and React's taking too long to update the page, so you end up typing letters and not seeing them appear in the input. This sucks. And this is particularly rough in the React Native world right now. Oh, it's not going to be keyboard. I'll move this. This is particularly rough in the React Native world right now. I have a whole video about this that I did a while back with Dan Abramoff complaining. So I understand this is the right way to do things, especially if you provide a performant enough API. But man, it'd be real nice in React Native in particular to have a good library that doesn't do this. I'm sure in the browser, it's not only good, but probably better than any alternatives. This is why they think going controlled makes sense. It's predictable because you can predict the state of your form at any point in time. It's easier to test. It works without a DOM. It has enhanced conditional logic, so you can show hide fields based on form state, stuff like that, as well as debuggability. It's so much easier to debug when all the state lives in React. Generics are grim. You should never need to pass a generic or use an internal type when leveraging TanStack form. This is because we've designed the library to inference everything from runtime defaults. I love this. Typing things properly in React hook form is an arcane wizardry thing. I've gotten decent at it over the years, but it's never easy or fun. This isn't to talk shit on RHF. It is a phenomenal library. If anything, the 2+ years it took to make TanStack form shows just how good RHF is. And apparently, the ability to avoid generics took us so long to figure out. It's a huge part of why this took so long. Makes a ton of sense. But as a result, you get really nice DX here. Default values, name, bill, age 24 as my form. So this is a type that has been defined so that you can add additional things that maybe aren't encoded in these default values. So if you have fields that aren't here, but you want to include them, make a type my form, as bind it there, good to go. One of the main objectives of TanStack form is that you should be wrapping it into your own component system or design system. To support this, we have a number of utilities that make it easier to build your own components and customized hooks. Interesting. So you also have the option to create your own use app form hook using their create form hook helper, so that whenever you call form.input or form.field, it will use the component that you've already built for it. That's really, really cool, actually. Okay, I'm convinced. I want to see some examples. I love this bug. Cool. Here we have a simple form. God, the syntax is actually really, really nice. Use form, default value, first name, last name, on submit, console log. Simple form example. Form has an on submit on it. We do all the classic prevent default, stop propagations, and then finally form.handle submit. We have form.field, has its own custom validator here. If no value, then we have the error of first names required. If it's less than 3, first name must be at least 3 characters, otherwise undefined. There we go. Cool. Avoid hasty abstractions. Render props are great. I agree. So we have field here in children. This has all of the data. Field.name, which is the name of the given field. Label HTML4, field.name, first name. Input, ID is field.name. Name is field.name. field.value, field.state.value, on blur, field.handle blur. That is cool. We have a second field here, last name, same deal, just none of the validation. Form.subscribe. Interesting. Not as familiar with this API yet. Children can submit is submitting. These are the different states that come from the selector. Oh, that's really nice, actually, because we don't want to have this update on all of the different states that could potentially change. So instead, we pass it this selector, almost like use effect, where you're telling it like update when these change. Oh. Apparently, they have a better example. Cool. Thank you guys for catching that. People page, close. Cool. Use app form, simpler version. People form options, which is a reusable thing. That's actually very nice. Has default values for all of this stuff. We don't want to close that. We have that. We also have validators here. On change, value, error. If no full name is required. If no phone is required. On submit. Cool. And here, form on submit, again, prevent default, form handle submit. Form app field, name, full name, children, field.text field. Where's app field being defined? Let's go here. Okay, here we are. So we have in our custom create form hook declarations, a field component, a form component, and field and form context as well. And where are these coming from? All from form content. Cool. So this lets us create contexts that are now accessible within our custom components. I wish I saw what these were actually being used for. Yeah, field.component is a really nice pattern. It's cool having this thing returned from a hook that can be used as a component. I've used this pattern before and I thought it was a little dirty because I hadn't seen it enough. It's nice seeing others agree because this is much nicer. I've done this funny enough for form stuff in the past. I think this is really good DX. Got a link to a docs page that might help here. Custom form hooks. Okay, so fields can call the use field context hook, which is where things like the state value come from, which lets you write a generic field like this. So now this text field can be reused all over the code base however we want to for whatever we're building. And this custom text field definition can be accessed whenever we want now, whenever we call this form builder. And the field and form context are the things that populate this value when you call it. That makes more sense. Form.app field, name first, name children. Yep. Notice app field instead of field. App field provides the required context. That makes sense. Not only allows you to reuse the UI of your shared components, but retain the type safety you'd expect from TanStack form. Typo name, and you'll still get a TypeScript error. Love that. They're using TanStack Store to power the updates so that it doesn't have to re-render aggressively whenever things change in the context layer. That's very nice. @field solves many of the problems with field boilerplate and reusability. It doesn't solve the problem of form boilerplate and reusability. In particular, being able to share instances of form.subscribe for, say, a reactive form submission button is a common use case. So form.subscribe is disabled when submitting is happening. It has a label. You want to be able to use this button in multiple places. What's cool here is the form component for subscribe button can be passed. Now we can call form.subscribe button, label submit, and that will handle submissions for this form correctly. That is actually really, really nice. Breaking big forms into smaller pieces. Sometimes forms get very large. It's just how it goes sometimes. Yeah, so many of these libraries haven't been considerate of this. React Hook Form tries to, but splitting up a React Hook Form thing into multiple components is just not great. TanStack Form supports large form as well. It's never fun to work with hundreds or thousands of lines of code long files, or God, 1,000+ line component. I've been there. Their solution is the with form hawk. So we define child form here with form. These values are only used for type checking and they're not used at runtime. This allows you to triple dot form ops with form options without needing to redeclare them somewhere else. Optional, but adds props to the render function in addition to form. So we have a title, defaults to child form. And here we have form and title. P, title, form app field, name, first name, field, text field. You get the idea. But we pass form automatically by this with form call here. So now we know the render has access to form as one of its props, and we can write the component and do what we expect to there. All totally fine. Notice that there are 0 type defs here because all of this is inferred. That's what makes this really nice. Doing something like this in React Hook Form would have been hellish with the amount of type definitions you'd have to write. No type defs here. None at all. This whole thing, actually, this whole file example here, this is vanilla JavaScript. There is no types in here at all. This would work just as well in JSSTS as long as you have a decent editor setup because it's using inference properly. Inference is really good. Having to define your types everywhere fucking sucks. Now you don't have to. Now you can have a child form, pass it the current form, handle the subfields, and it just works. That's really cool. Why a hawk instead of a hook? While hooks are the future of React, hawks are still powerful tools for composition. In particular, the API of useForm enables us to have strong type safety without requiring users to pass generics. Is this supposed to be useForm or withForm? It needs to be withForm. Small typos. Why am I getting ESLint errors about hooks in render? ESLint looks for hooks in the top level of a function, and render may not be recognized as a top level component. Annoying. Tree shaking form and field components. Oh boy. While these above examples are great for getting started, they're not ideal for certain use cases where you might have hundreds of form and field components. In particular, you may not want to include all of your form and field components in the bundle of every file that uses your form hook. The fact this thinks out these giant code bases is really nice. If you're not familiar with what Tanner did before, nozzle layout, right? Yeah. Before Tanner went full-time open source, his main project was Nozzle, which is a really complex dashboard for managing everything about your SEO for your like enterprise products. This is not an easy product to build. It's a big part of why most of Tanner's tools exist now, because he was the lead, if not at times the only front end dev at Nozzle, and he had to build everything to handle a code base as big, complex, and state heavy as Nozzle. That's why he built things like React Query. That's why he built TanStack Router, to make it easier to manage the URLs and know that all of the right things are being passed to the components in the right way. That's why he made TanStack Form, because the amount of different form fields on a page like this is enough to drive someone mad. And if your code base is big enough to really benefit from these, it's also big enough that you don't want to load every single field and every single component for every single form on every page with a form. Now you don't have to. You can just call lazy and suspense here and it's fine, apparently. Theo function text field. Lazy from React. Text field is a lazy import now. We can pass it here as normal and it behaves totally fine. So nice. Here's a nice, simple example. We've defined our custom text field, which uses field context in order to bind its input. We have a subscribe button, which is a reusable, just like text field, uses form context, and it has the selector for is submitting. And now we can use that to disable or enable the button here. Super nice. We have our custom app form here with the different field components and form components, as well as the context. We define form options to be used in multiple places. Now we have this child form, which dumps form options as part of its with form call. Also has a prop for its title. And now we have the render, where we'll render the title, as well as the app field with the name first name, and its child will be field.textfield, the custom component that we defined. Form app form, same deal, form.subscribe button, label submit. All works as expected. And then rendering it is real simple. Use app form, dump the same form options, child form, form equals form, title equals testing. So now that overrides the title and everything behaves as expected. That is super nice. Is this Firefox shit? No, why the hell are you using this awful styling on these boxes? Okay, apparently it's a dark mode thing. Okay, yeah, that's better. Do you need to reuse the state like default values? Yes, then use form options. No. Do you need to reuse custom validation functions? Yes. Wrap use form hook into custom app. No. Do you need to reuse custom UI components? Yes. Create hook forms. No. You need to reuse the whole subsections? Yes. With form? No. Form subscribe. I like this a lot. A flow chart to help me decide which API I need to use is a really nice thing to throw into my company docs so that we do this correctly. Great. It's rare that a library comes out with all of these resources already created day one, and it really helps with the adoption here. I haven't used it yet, but I can say, just looking at this pretty confidently, this is the thing we should look to as our default form library in React going forward. I genuinely can't imagine using another form library now. And huge shout out to the team, by the way. I've been bugging them for a while, and every time I was bugged, my answer was a default, by the way, I'm waiting until they tell me it's ready. And I got the DM yesterday from Crutchcorn. Hey, Theo, now's the time, with a link to the announcement. If they took 2 years to tell me that, now is the time. Give this library a shot. I am so hyped. I will absolutely be using this in the near future. And if something burns me, you guys will hear about it. But I would be very surprised if I had any problems that didn't get fixed within hours of me reporting them. I know how Tanner and his team work. They work really, really well. So once again, shout out to Crutchcorn, shout out to Tanner, shout out to everybody else working on this. And one final shout out to the React Hook Forum team for being so supportive every step along the way, for not pretending that there isn't opportunity for people to innovate further. Rather, seeing these things, supporting the community efforts, and continuing to maintain a library that will be used in millions of apps for all of time. As Crutchcorn just said in chat, the Tanstack forum team loves the React Hook forum team. We shouldn't see this as an either or friends versus enemies. This is an attempt to take the lessons RHF taught us and push them and push the limits of them in a fully type-safe world. The gap from Formic the level up going from Formic to React Hook Forum was unbelievable. There's a reason we all moved over. I'm excited to see if Tanstack Forum in practice has a similar level of, oh shit, this is way better. I cannot wait to see where we end up in the future. But for now, I finally have a form library I'm excited to use, and I can't remember the last time I was excited to write a form. Let me know what you guys think. I know it's a big change, but it's a very exciting one. Oh, okay, that's actually one more good part. Find a good place to sneak this in phase. This should go way earlier. One more huge thing that most of these solutions don't really consider is the front-end back-end relationship, and I am so hyped to see them take this real seriously with React, and I'm so excited to see them take this so seriously with Tanstack Forum. They have a first-class app router integration. So here they're importing from the Next.js package for form options here. They create form options, and now we have a use server file, which means this is going to create a server validator. Here we're exporting the async function some action. We don't know what the previous state was, but we know form data, second field. We try, await, server validate, catch. If we get an error, we return the server validation error, otherwise we throw. Now we do whatever we want. Where this gets super cool is when we go into our client component. State, comma, action is the use action state React hook. I don't have the time to dive into that one here just yet. We have use form. And the use form call allows us to transform the state using our state call from this use action state here. We have form errors, which are use store. This is, I'm assuming, where's use store coming from? Nowhere. Grr. Keep your examples up to date, guys. I get it. There's a lot of code in this repo. Yeah. So you have the use store call, form.store, form states, form state.errors. That's how we get the errors out. Form action, action as never. Gotta love fighting these types. But the benefit here is now we have the action that comes from our server-side code, all as a first-class citizen, letting us import a backend function in our client component, bind it to a form, validate each of the fields on client, but also handle all of these edge cases on server. That relationship between the client and the server side has never been stronger. Apparently, the as never was only here because React 19 hadn't shipped yet. And now that it has, it's not even necessary anymore. So convenient, so clean. No custom submits, no weird on submits at all for this example. Okay. Why is this capital F form a thing? It's the remix one, that's why. Yeah, the only binding here is the on submit to form.handle submit. And if that wasn't to get hit because, you know, JS hasn't loaded, the action will take over and still behave totally fine. But that's like the only on submit code that has to exist, and technically it's optional, which is really, really cool. It's dope to see like the server side being thought about and handled here. Obviously, Tanstack Start is a first class like citizen here. The Tanstack Start example's got to be nuts. Let's check it out quick. Create server validate. Form options on server validate. If value is less than 12. Server validation, you must be at least 12 to sign up. Handle form, create server function. Method is post. Validator. Oh, good old builder pattern. We love that. That server function is coming from TanStack, right? Yeah, create server function is a TanStack thing. So we create server function method post dot validator. Data is unknown. If it's not an instance of form data, we throw an error. Of course, return the data. And we handle it by validating it. If there's an error, we return the validation error. Otherwise, you return it has been successfully validated. This is so clean. A builder pattern for creating a server function that feels a lot like, the thing I love doing with TRPC right there, to create a function that is then super easy to use. You establish a way to grab the form data from server validates response using another server action. Yeah. Create server function get handler. This I'm a little more confused about. But the important part here is we create the route. We have our home. Use the loader data to get that default state. Const form is use form, form options, transform. Transform in a form library with the form options and the use form hook. I'm scared to think of how many times I've said form in this fucking video. Anyways, form errors, same deal. This is super clean. Like, how is this all of the code to bind the front end to the back end with proper form validation and management? In this one, as I said before, no on submit because it's not necessary because we bound it via the handle form.url call here. It's just all handled now. It's so good. This is so good. And if you had the custom fields so you didn't have to do the syntax here, it'd be even cleaner. This is going to allow for actual maintainable form code for the first time like ever. And I'm genuinely really, really hyped about it. Enough from me, though. I want to know what you guys think. Am I overhyping a form library, or are you going to start using this today? I can't imagine using anything else already, and I'm curious how you guys feel. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I explain this all the time, RxDNA. It's because I run a team. And if you think Obsidian works well with more than one person, you've never actually worked with more than one person. I've seen tools that allow for bounties on GitHub issues so many fucking times. You have no idea. There's one of these during the crypto era. There was one of these every 2 to 3 weeks. I don't care. They set up the wrong incentives and people do the wrong thing always. It's just the amount of work you have to put into explaining to people that their version and their solution didn't work is greater than the amount of money you're saving using something like that. It just, no. Never worth it ever. Anytime crush. Happy that went so well, Corbin. I hope I did a good enough job showcasing why I'm excited about it. Let me thank all the people I missed over here. Ruda was taken with the 28 months. Fucking legend out here. Akshay with the Prime, 9 months in. Thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Get a knit, great username. Tier 1 for 9 months now. Any thoughts on the Assumption Labs Diffusion LLM? I don't think diffusion for text makes a lot of sense. I'd love to be wrong at some point, but excited to see where that all goes. More innovation is good. Kevin Vandy with the 27 months of Tier 3. Fucking legend out here. Thank you so much as always for the support. We got Toby here with the Prime. Thank you again. Yash here with the Prime as well for 21 months. Legend. I'm trying to decide between these top 3 here and the fourth option of I go offline because I'm tired. Kind of want to do everything's a wrapper now. Thinking I can gun this one out. The creator of Lucia has me blocked. I'm not going to be particularly helpful to them. No worries, Mighty. It's just a thing that has been going on forever and never works. Good call, Ben. We'll save that one. We'll go for the everything's a wrapper. This should be fun. So we almost had 1,000 people watching earlier on YouTube. Thank you all for stopping by. I appreciate you guys a ton. Cool. Why would I use upload thing? Isn't that just a wrapper of S3? Why would I use S3? Isn't that just a wrapper over hard drives in different server farms? Why would I use a server farm? Isn't that just a wrapper over a server? Why would I use a server farm? Isn't that just a wrapper over the server that I could put in my closet? Why would I use Linux? Isn't that just a wrapper? You get the idea. Depending on where you live and what layer in the stack you exist, everything starts to look like a wrapper. This isn't a new thing. I'm not suddenly spitting like 2 chains out here because the world's changing. The reason that everything's a wrapper is because we improve technology over time. I can't believe I have to make this video, but I feel like it's become necessary because people seem to think wrappers are bad and examples of software not improving, when in reality, almost every major improvement we've seen to software over the last 30 plus years has in many ways just been a wrapper. So if you want to watch me defend Java, talk shit on AWS, and explain in detail why I think T3 Chat is a better product than OpenAI, then sit around because we have to pay some bills really quick. Anyways, this is one of those videos that I'm going to get in trouble for, and I don't care because this is an important take y'all need to hear. Also, FaZe, make sure you censor me saying shit in the intro so that that doesn't get us flagged. You know the drill for the first 2 minutes. Anyways, I need to be fully transparent. There's one particular reason this is coming up. T3 Chat. In case you're somehow here without knowing, I'd be impressed. T3 Chat is an AI chat app that I built because I was not happy with the existing ones. Not that the models were bad. Claude and most of the stuff going on at OpenAI, in particular the O series models, are awesome. The problem was that their UIs aren't very good. Chances are I've already put out the video where I roast all of their UIs by now. If not, keep an eye out for it. The point is that I wasn't happy with this layer. The thing to understand, though, is that, the important thing to understand is that the website is a wrapper. The ChatGPT site, chatgpt.com, is a wrapper for all the different AI models that OpenAI puts out. My layer with T3 Chat is a different wrapper for all of those things. We're all wrapping the model and its behaviors. The quality of these wrappers is what matters. And T3 Chat is not the first time I have written one of these wrappers. If we go to my company, my startup Ping's homepage here, we have 4 things here. We have T3 chat, which is a wrapper of all of these LLMs. We have upload thing, which is kind of a wrapper of S3 and R2 and a bunch of other hybrid things that we're doing. We have pick thing, which is a wrapper of a couple different background removal services for image management, as well as, funny enough, a wrapper around upload thing. And ping.gg, which is a wrapper around a handful of WebRTC providers to provide really high quality HD video calls for creators to do live collaboration. All of these tools are wrappers, but I would challenge you to show me any tool that isn't, because in the end, everything is kind of a wrapper. If we go all the way down to the lowest levels in our computers, they'll look something like this. But that's not the lowest you can go, because each of these ones and zeros represents silicon that has specific values in it, depending on whether or not it is in an on state. So we represent this by wrapping it with binary that shows the value that exists in the processor. We then invented a language to interface with this called assembly. Assembly is a syntax for us to access the values and the registers and all the things as they are defined in our device, in our memory, in our systems. Imagine if when C came out, you were to respond, why would I ever use C? Isn't that just a crappy wrapper for assembly? I should just write the assembly code myself. And if you said that, you would either be the developer of Roller Coaster Tycoon, the developer of FFmpeg, or wrong. Yeah. The benefit of C isn't just that it's easier to write than assembly. It actually goes a bit further. The benefit of C is that there wasn't just one assembly. There was MIPS. There was also other assemblies, like x86 assembly. Or nowadays, we have ARM assembly. And the benefit that we all forget about when we pretend C doesn't need to exist is that having one layer like C allows us to have this one layer support all sorts of different things at the same time. We have this one giant shared abstraction that is just a wrapper, but it's just a wrapper for ARM assembly, as well as for MIPS, as well as for x86. This wrapper is valuable both because it meaningfully improves the developer experience we have working in the code, because the code is easier to read, easier to write, easier to review, easier to maintain, and it means we have a simpler portable layer that we can use to port things to different assembly types. That is a massive win. I don't care how good you are at writing assembly. Having a shared language like this that works across all these different platforms is so valuable that Java only existed to push it even further. The goal of Java was to be an abstraction that lets you run the same code and have the same application experience on top of things that were even more unalike than we have here, like the weird obtuse platforms for BlackBerry or for other crappy smartphones back in the day, for embedding things into your web pages. Java was incredible for having code that you could write, not even have to recompile, because here at the very least with C, now I have to take my code, my C code, and recompile it to spit out assembly that is compatible for all of these different platforms. Java, as a higher level abstraction, can just target C effectively because C has had a runtime written in it for Java for all the different places you might want to put it. So as long as there's a Java runtime for the platform you're targeting, you don't even need to compile. You just throw the code over to that runtime and it handles it. And that is magical. And it's not just magical because your code works in every place with just one example of it. And the magic isn't just because the code works in multiple places, only writing it once. The magic is you can swap out these abstractions. So we have here the JavaScript, we have here the Java runtime. The Java runtime is pretty good. It's not great, but it is, especially for its time, it was fucking incredible. But there have been a lot of developments to make faster Java runtimes. Oh no, is that a page? No. 1 second. Sorry, it's a spam call, I think. They didn't say any words, but they had to call twice to get through my stuff. So that's annoying. I'll deal with that later. Especially at this hour, because it's a East Coast number, so that's some bullshit spam for sure. Anyways, there's a lot of alternative runtimes for Java. This is just some of them. Oh, I guess that Java doesn't really have as many alternative runtimes. Yeah, Graal's the main one, but yeah. The one of the biggest innovations in the Java world was Graal, which is a faster runtime that will work great with your Java code. And you can kind of just swap out your runtime to Graal or whatever other changes happen in the runtime layer to make your code better, faster, more portable, and more. Since this abstraction exists, there's a lot of things you can do in that abstracted layer that allow for the place that your user's code lives to be better. And that's awesome because this abstraction makes Java, at least theoretically, easier to write. We had to learn a lot of lessons. But it also means this layer can have improvements that don't require you to change either side, that allow for both sides to see meaningful wins. And this goes for lots of technologies. This also goes for React, for example. React Native is a syntax that feels and works just like React, but it has to have a really complex binding layer to those native behaviors. That binding layer has changed significantly over the last 10 years and is now at the point where it's way faster. And for the most part, you can just bump the version of your React Native package and get these massive performance wins. You could make the counter argument that those things are only necessary because the performance wasn't ideal in the first place. But I would say, yeah, there's nothing faster than an app that doesn't exist because it's so much harder to write. So now let's bring this over to what we're actually here to talk about, which is T3 chat. T3 chat is an abstraction over the Vercel AI SDK, which is an abstraction over the Open AI SDK standard, which is about as standard as S3's API. And if you think S3's API is standard, go try to build your own upload thing on something else. I promise you, it's not standard. It's standard in the most vague sense at best. But because we have the OpenAI SDK standard, that is what Vercel's AI SDK is building on top of, any AI LLM provider can just support that OpenAI standard. Like, I don't know, OpenAI obviously does. But also, you guys might have heard of a company called Anthropic. Or maybe if you're really tuned in, DeepSeek. Or if you hang out here enough, Grok with a Q, not a K. There's a difference. But what's cool here is because we are operating through the Vercel AI SDK as our abstraction layer, we now have a single syntax, a single way of working with these providers that allows for us to support all of them, which we do. Phase, do an email sensor here. We have streamer mode coming soon. When I say we support all the models, I pretty much mean it. By the time this video comes out, there might be more. There almost certainly will be, knowing how our schedule is right now. But all of these models can be supported because we have an abstraction on top. Are we just wrapping all of these things? Kind of, yeah. But by being a wrapper around the right thing, we can now provide a better experience, more portability, and most importantly, more options for our users. It is not a bad thing to be a wrapper. One more fun example, the one everybody used originally to shit on us for not knowing what we're doing, upload thing. Upload thing is quite the wrapper because upload thing is a file storage solution. And the upload thing package doesn't wrap S3, it wraps the upload thing infra. And the upload thing infra is pretty complex. We have our own ingest. And our ingest server has to handle a lot of different things. It has to wrap our database layer, keep that up to date. It has to handle the files coming in, keep that in a local state, usually through something like Redis, just in case the user has issues uploading and has to stop and restart, they lose internet, any of those types of issues. There's a lot of them. They suck. This now has to be served somewhere. And yes, we are serving them by default through S3. But S3 is not the best place for your files a lot of the time. If your files are being accessed often enough, the egress costs on S3 are unbelievably high. So we keep some files, when they hit certain thresholds, on Cloudflare R2. If we didn't have an abstraction like upload thing, it would be basically impossible for us to do the right thing on a per file basis like we can right now. If you were to just use S3 directly, it would cost you more money if you're doing actual traffic because serving those files directly through S3 is expensive. And if you're not, then you yourself are wrapping S3 with your own CloudFormation calls, your own handling of that cache layer. You can't just hit S3. If you're not using CloudFront or some other cache in front, you're screwed. But if you let us handle that, not only are you not screwed and we'll handle it for you, we'll also handle optimizations that you can't without leaving the cloud. You'd have to leave S3 and leave AWS if you wanted to really min-max your cost, performance, and overall characteristics of your file system. R2 is slower. R2 is more expensive to hold your files, but it is a lot cheaper to serve them once they're being held. So optimizing where the files go, depending on the characteristics of how they're being accessed, is an abstraction that you can only do as a wrapper. Being a wrapper is enabling us to do things that you couldn't if you weren't. So not only is wrapping your stuff better because of the flexibility of where you can go with it after, the ability to change and make changes, it also enables powerful behaviors that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. The same way that Java is able to have its code run in multiple environments with no changes, in the same way that T3 chat lets us have different model providers all supported without changes, upload thing allows us to put our files in the most optimal places, say it with me chat, without changes. Abstractions are good. Wrappers are what power all of the tools and technologies we use. If you were to look at a stack trace and see just how deep any program you're using goes in terms of the different things it is wrapping, you'd realize that making fun of web devs for wrapping browser standards with better APIs is very, very silly because the average package you're using in something like Rust is wrapping 15 plus layers of crap going all the way down to the native layer. And these wrappers are good. It is an awesome thing that the tools we use today are so well packaged and bundled and wrapped that for the most part, devs don't have to go down to these lower levels anymore. As tools like Java get better, the need for tools that are more complex goes down. And what you'll see over time is as these abstractions get better and better, you have to care about less and less. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean we can't optimize it in certain ways. But there has been no innovation in the bottom section here in a very long time. There has not been a meaningful innovation in how we process assembly code and the way that we store binary values. We might have quantum someday, Probably not, but someday. We effectively aren't innovating at that layer anymore. The next layer up with C, we are innovating some amount with tools like Rust, and it's very good to see that because it needs the innovation. But up until recently, that layer wasn't even being touched, and we were kind of living in this runtime world where that was the level of abstraction that we are working in and fighting with and innovating around every day. And that's not a bad thing. We didn't do this because we're terrible, evil devs that are so stupid that we don't want to learn C. We did this because working in this abstraction layer is more productive. There are so many great engineers that built the tools that live in this lower area that don't work in them anymore, that have moved up the stack because they care more about shipping good software than they care about flexing the fact that they know the difference between MIPS assembly and x86 assembly. Good devs don't fight to live in a specific box forever. Good devs move up and down depending on where they need to be for the thing they're trying to build. The devs who say you should live here are just as bad as the devs who say you should live here. You should go where it makes sense for the thing that you're doing. And for most people building applications that are user-facing, living inside of C makes no sense at all, which is why, for better or worse, there are now a lot of devs that can't see below this level. Do I think that's bad? Kind of. It'd be nice if more devs understood how deep these things go so they can understand why certain things do or don't work and why they should or shouldn't do things in certain ways. But you should run into those problems. And if you're not running into those problems, then does it really matter how well you know the things underneath? Abstractions are good. Wrappers are great. And if you're thinking about this in business terms, something like T3 chat has a much stickier experience than OpenAI or Anthropic because they still have to build all of this themselves. If we're looking at the OpenAI site is wrapping their models, but it's wrapping them in a much smaller way. That's not going to do what I want it to. What you end up with is something like this. And now, each of these is going to have to wrap it in its own special way because the wrapper isn't just like a thing we did for fun. A wrapper is a necessary abstraction to make these parts work properly. And it's silly to look at this and say, yeah, you're just selling a wrapper. You should use a real service like chatgpt.com. It's the exact same fucking thing. I'll never understand it's just a wrapper. Because depending on when you asked and where you live, C was just a wrapper too. And now people say, why are you just using all those wrappers? You could write that in C. Or even funnier, why are you using something like Kotlin? You could just write the Java yourself. No. The reason these wrappers exist are because we need things that the native layers aren't providing, and we want abstractions so we don't have to rely on any specific native layer. Abstractions are good. Wrappers are good. Stop complaining about these if you don't understand them. And if you have examples of wrappers that are bad, let me know. Because from my experience, it's not that wrapping was bad, it's that the developers who built the wrapper were bad or had a bad incentive or goal when they wrote it. For the most part, wrappers represent meaningful improvements in the developer experience that we have every day, and we shouldn't talk shit on them like the word wrapper is somehow magically just a bad word. I've never understood it. I never will. It's wrappers all the way down. The only reason you can bitch about wrappers is because you picked somewhere to draw a line and you drew that line and said, okay, everything above this line is a crappy wrapper. Everything below this line is real. But when you draw that line, you're implicitly saying C isn't a wrapper, but Java is? Yeah? It's just nonsense. It's just absolute nonsense. I don't care. T3 Chat is a very successful service because we built a good wrapper for the sets of tools, technologies, and models that exist. upload things a good service because we are wrapping AWS S3 and R2 in ways that are much easier to digest, integrate, maintain, and scale. These wrappers are awesome. And I build them for a reason. They solve real problems. And I would love for somebody to show me alternatives or competing services that aren't similar wrappers with less flexibility. Because the wrappers that I build are better, more flexible ways to solve real problems that I and others have. As Littlefinger just said here, there can be bad wrappers, but they are not bad because they are wrappers. They're bad because they do not work well. Yes. People you talk to would define a wrapper as something that provides no additional abstraction. I would challenge those people to show me a single wrapper that is the case for. Because if that is how they're using the term wrapper, they're just using the term wrapper as an abstraction that I don't understand. Because if you can't see the value in why someone would wrap something a certain way, then it's not for you. Just move on. The answer to seeing something that doesn't work for your use case or fit your use case or understanding isn't to say it is bad and terrible, go away. It isn't to find a word you can use to pretend that thing isn't valuable. It's just learn what the fucking thing does. Okay, why are they still calling me? I need to figure out what this is. We don't know who's calling me. They've been spam calling me for like an hour now. So it's not a troll if it's my area code. It's certainly spam if it's my area code, almost definitely. I'm annoyed, so I'm going to call them back quick. Ian is a solid rapper. God damn it. Okay, they didn't leave a voicemail. They are exclusively annoying me. I think it is time to block. Cool. That was annoying. Anyways. I think I made my points here. If the only argument you have against something is that it is a wrapper, you are complimenting the thing because you couldn't find anything else wrong with it. If the problem with the tool is that it's just a wrapper, it's not a problem. It just means you don't understand the thing. If you want to bitch about services like T3 Cheddar Upload Thing or the many similar wrappers that many others have made, you should figure out how to give actual constructive complaints, because saying it's just a wrapper is saying you don't understand it. And I am so tired of this complaint that now y'all had to listen to me complain about it for however long we just did. The difference between me and those people is that I could actually concretely form a thought about what is wrong with those people. And what's wrong with them is their brain isn't fully developed. I have nothing else to say about these people. They can go back to polishing their Arch Linux configs and not ever shipping software, because I know the exact type of person who makes these complaints, and they are not real developers. And if you're dealing with one of those people complaining about some wrapper that they don't want to use, send them this video and make sure they know this end part is for them. Okay, that's all I have. And until next time, keep wrapping software. Cool. Cool. Did this drop? Is this news out? What? I'm going to wait for more news. This is a thing I have to film a video about soon, though. What the fuck? I'm still getting spammed. I'm going to go figure out this call spam shit. No. Yes, I can hear you.
Hi.
What the fuck? I know my audio is low. I thought that'd be funny. I did. They called back with a different number. Fun. Yeah. It's whatever. I can restrict my phone number again. I rotate phone numbers all the time. I'm sure they're proud that they found one that I barely use. My phone numbers, multiple of my phone numbers have been leaked in multiple places. I don't care. I don't really use my phone number for much. Silly. The hesitation I have is when I talked, I heard the echo on the other side, which means that they are using a real in-person thing of some form. It's just too expensive to fake that particular type of like phone audio. but I'm on a carrier that is specifically meant to make it so if anything happens in terms of getting hacked, they will cover it. I have a massive insurance policy on my cell stuff. It's like for up to $1 million. Watch out for voice cloning scam calls. My voice is so hilariously easy to clone. Let's figure out who we're raiding because I am ready to go offline. I'm dead. Nope. Come on, Twitch. God damn it, Twitch. I fucking hate Twitch nowadays. I'm not gonna lie. It's falling apart. The UI or the user experience is just getting worse every time I go. LA is a new skate park. Interesting. We haven't raided Griff for a minute. He's been going for 4 hours. He'll be live a lot longer knowing him. Have fun with Griff. Thank you guys as always. I got to film some more videos off stream this week probably. Might be live again this weekend. We'll see. Thank you for coming through on a Thursday. Sorry for the stream being a day late. What a stream. Got a lot done. See you guys next time. Peace, nerds. Goodbye to YouTube as well.